Ba 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 boo boo. Ba ba. Wah. Hello. Just making sure everything is okay. Alright, we're back. We're gonna finish this. We're gonna play it all the way to 100%. We're gonna get all the skill points. Gonna do all the stuff. Not sure if I can do it by this stream, but I am hoping I will be able to. Is there a skill point I'm supposed to be doing? Use morph mod. Manually turn 3 of the bolts. Okay. So that's this one. Okay. That'll be easy. Can do that.
Did you know that Shell Shock was recently named the sexiest robot alive by Vox magazine?
Why work up a sweat turning cranked when you can...
Nah, not gonna do speed run. I'm not there yet. I'm too stinky and too smelly to be able to speed run. I'm gonna be as fast as I can though about this because I do wanna get through this.
How can I get crazy if you're not hitting me?
It's such a weird Arnold impression. I just completely forgot that they did that. Oh, don't. I'm trying to get the more 40 enemies thing, and I have to use my raptors. I could use my Omni Shield. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, the Omni Shield works as well. Wait, am I not? What happened to Shell? Shell Shock? Is that his name? Shell Shock.
This one my dishonorable discharge.
Just a reminder, I'm playing on a very high difficulty. I should just kill him with the sniper rifle. It would be a lot easier on me because he does a lot of damage. So even if I die, does it still count that I'm morphing the enemies this way? I'm kind of hoping it is, because then I get the skill point. And I want the skill point. Oh, come on. What the?
Initiate annihilation program.
Yeah, my ear is itchy.
This one my dishonorable discharge.
It's almost
Sorry, I'm itching my ear. My ear is got very itchy all of a sudden. Oh yeah, I was wearing earbuds. I hate how earbuds work. They're just gonna push all the earwax into your ear. I much prefer headphones. They're more comfortable.
Run, Ratchet,
Except if the headband is not good, then it starts to hurt on the top of your head as well. Okay, I just want to get the trophy. Keep saying trophy. Skill point.
I call this one my dishonorable discharge. Target acquired. Terminating with extreme prejudice.
Earbuds are great for convenience, and they're really nice to just put in when you're on a walk or doing something, but they're not great for long-term comfort. Dead. I kill. He dead.
Ratchet, you are now able to compete in the Battle Dome's Avenger.
Avenger.
It's time for Death from Above, as Ratchet takes on the Hover Ship Challenge. Our flyboy has a limited time to destroy every enemy in the zone. Those of you seated in the bleachers, get ready to duck and cover.
Oh, I didn't destroy it. Eh, come on. There we go. Oh, that was easy. I ate some sort of celery and garnish stew today.
Ratchet, keep hacking the
Not
security
not my kind of thing, I gotta say.
on top of you. And watch your back. Dread Zone will send wave after wave of enemies in your direction.
That's good. I want to morph them all. Gotta morph them all. I want the skill point. I gotta morph. Wait, what is hurting me?
This
What
is
the-
what they mean by gratuitous violence, Juanita. I'm gonna call my kids and tell them to stop watching, just as soon as I have kids.
I was very confused by what I was being hurt by. It's the shield thingies. I have to get them to do the thing, the stinky thing. They have to do the use these. You're allergic to a lot, aren't you? I feel like you're... it sounds like you're just allergic to everything. To be fair, you're not missing out. It's not that great. I hate that enemy. Stop doing that.
Oh, come on! Will somebody just kill this little runt already?
Nuh-uh. Can't do that. It's illegal. I'm gonna let everyone know how the quest 3 is once I get that. I'll probably talk about it on Blue Sky, or maybe I'll make like a short little thing on YouTube, or I don't know. I am very excited to see what it's like. I hear the resolution and the screens and everything is pretty good on it. Okay, I think I got all the skill points. Yeah. Yeah, sure, you got the quest 3 already. Besties with the sook. Hello, Anthalos. Hello. What? The Harbinger is quite something. Oh wait, it goes beyond level 20? Is it like 25? How many levels are there on the upgraded weapons? Do I have any more upgraded weapons? Eh? No, I just had the Harbinger. Yeah, I'll have to... Maybe it's like 25.
The arena challenge brings us back to the days of classic arena combat. An old-fashioned arena deathmatch, just like Mom used to make.
Ah, finally. Yes. So powerful. So many power. I still have no idea how many levels these shields can go to. I'm actually kind of confused that it's going above 20. I don't remember it being 25 or 30. I thought it was like stopped at 20. I guess we'll find out pretty soon, since I'm close to level 25. Let's see what happens. Oh, it goes beyond 25 as well? Huh. I wonder how high it goes then. I just don't know them. 26. Man, it do be going. 27. 28. 29. Oh, it got to level 30. What? It goes beyond 30? How? What? I'm actually baffled. I didn't know that you could get weapons this this highly upgraded. I thought it stopped at like 20. $31. Close one. Yeah, we're very close to 32. Yes, 32. Flying pig. Flying oink. Man, I'm curious now. Does it go all the way to 50? Does it go all the way to 100? Where does it stop? I don't know. $33. $34. Okay, getting close to 35. Yes, 35. It just keeps going. $36. Seriously, how many levels are there? It's just gonna keep going up. Just gonna where does it stop? 37. Huh? 38. Damn, that sheep do be making noises. 39. Okay, we're getting close to 40 now. Maybe we'll see what happens at 40. We'll stop at 40 or we'll keep going.
We've got a man down, sir!
Yes, we got to 40. Are you okay? It's just gonna keep going past 40. I did not know that it would go this high. I thought it would max out on 20. Interesting. Anthalos, do you remember what the max level for weapons are? Because it's already far beyond what I was expecting it to actually get to. Oh, interesting. The Exterminator card for acquiring every weapon and every Omega mod. Interesting.
Clank, did you see me out there against that shell shock guy? Yeah, I saw.
Hey, Ratchet, I know you're busy with
Huh.
the fighting and the
I
jumping
don't
and the
remember
hurting,
this.
but I have a new bot upgrade for you.
Do you? I thought my bots were already fully upgraded. Oh. Okay. That's cool. I want the dual raptors upgraded first. Well, actually, I do kind of need a weapon upgraded besides just the... Yeah, I'm just gonna do it because I need something upgraded if I'm gonna do a fight. 99? That high? That's too high. That's too many levels. That's crazy. That's crazy talk.
If he can survive this grueling series of challenges, he will earn the rank of Avenger.
Avenger.
For the speed round. Oh, the humanity! Gonna sell a lot of commercial time, Juanita. Let's just pray we don't have any more wardrobe malfunctions.
I'm out of ammo. What? Whoa. Okay. I do that a lot. I almost just fly off the map. Omni shield, more like omni liberal. Haha. Alright, it doesn't.
Folks, the Battle Dome is shaking with excitement. Get ready to watch Team Darkstar fight for survival as they make their way to the Tower of Power.
It's very nice of them to use gender-neutral pronouns, even though he's referring to robots, but, you know, I'll take whatever. Up.
Run, Ratchet, run!
The music is pretty good in the game. At least it seems to upgrade quite fast. I'm already at the level 40 with the shield. So I'm like almost halfway already.
Folks, you sell the sizzle, and Ratchet is hot.
I feel like I recognize this voice actor from something, but I can't put my finger on it. I think I've heard him in something else. Nothing that recent, but I should look up the voice actor for Dallas later and see what he's been doing. Also, I wonder what the because there's different people who compose this music, but just like the main composer for a lot of these games, and then there's the hello Fiona. Oh, they did? Huh. I kind of forgot about that. I don't remember much from the Ratchet and Clank movie, to be honest. It's a bit of a letdown. Like, they could have focused more on the game or focused more on the movie to make either one better, but both of them just kind of became a little mediocre. Oh, come on. There we go.
It's time to climb to the top of the terribly tubular Tower of Power!
I feel like they use a lot of like the voice actor for Ratchet has played some voices in Final Fantasy and a lot of other stuff. So the voice actors obviously get more than just one gig. It's not like they're only that one character and no other character. So I feel like I recognize the voice, or I feel like I've heard these actors do other things. But the thing about voice actors is they're very good at well, voice acting. So they can really change how their voice sounds by a lot. So they're kind of unrecognizable in some roles. Kind of like how Aaron Hansen has done a lot of voice acting recently. And despite listening to Game Grumps a lot, I don't recognize him in a lot of the roles because his voice is just completely different whenever he is voicing a character. And that's kinda part of the thing. No. Heck. Okay. Well, I don't remember either one being in the game, to be honest. Or the movie, I mean. I think the whole your voice changing a lot thing is why a lot of people don't like it when they cast big movie actors in roles. Like when for the Mario movie, when they cast Chris Pratt, it's kinda it just sounds like him. It doesn't sound like he's doing a character or a voice. It just sounds like he's talking and doing a thing. So it's kind of distracting because he's not a professional voice actor. So he's not doing a great job of doing what a voice actor is supposed to do.
Tower of Power! He may be the first contestant to do so in the history of Dread Zone. Juanita, what do you think about that? We now have a new Avenger! After making his fortune selling cigarettes to...
It's interesting that you go back through all the armors as well when you do New Game Plus.
I always dreamed of being a combat.
Oh, I get more wrench upgrades. That makes sense. But yeah, I just don't like it when they, instead of using professional voice actors, they just use people that are already famous, and they don't do much with their voice. Like I love Jack Black's performance, but that's because he did like a good job as a voice actor for Kung Fu Panda and that sort of stuff, so he has like some credibility within voice acting. But Chris Pratt is like a normal, just whatever actor. He doesn't do voice acting, so it doesn't translate that well.
The action has begun, folks. The wind is blowing and the snow is falling. This is perfect sauna weather.
Ratchet, hack those security orbs to activate the bridge.
I just think there's a different type of skill set or different kind of thing you're doing when you're a voice actor compared to when you're actor in like some live action stuff. It's kind of like going from theater to movies. Acting in theater is such a different thing from acting in a movie, because in theater you have to act very exaggerated because all the people in the back wants to know what your reactions are, and if you're not exaggerating, then people in the back won't know what's happening because they can't see your expressions that well. So like stage plays and theater, just a very different thing overall from James Arnold Taylor. Oh, that's his name. Yes, Titus. He's known for the Titus laugh. Everyone memes on the out of context clip of him doing the forced laugh.
To advance team.
I've heard it makes sense in context. That it's like, oh, laughing makes you feel good or something, and then he tries to force a laugh.
Drives like my grandma.
But out of context, it just sounds so strange. Come on, do the thing.
Oh, the explosion, the gunfire, the carnage. This is Dread Zone, folks.
Yeah, Chris Pratt, he has done, like privately, he's very like, he's donating to this anti-LGBT church and he's doing a lot of weird stuff, and I feel like he's just a result of the whole Marvel is everything these days. Oh yeah, he did like a forced laugh in part as well. I remember it's when he was doing the password, right? He was trying to figure out the password for the ship, the ferry ship. I think there's a skill point for not healing, so that's what I'm doing right now, if you're wondering why I'm playing very safe. Come on. Do the bolt. Crank the bolt. What? That's not fair. Yeah, the commentators, then announcers. I guess I don't fully know what the difference would be between the two. I guess it's like sports commentators, right? Announcer is more like you're announcing who's participating in said thing.
Landstalker has an impressive vertical leaping ability. It can also perform rapid
What?
lateral
No, no, no,
jumps
no.
in order to evade enemy fire.
Don't kill me. I'm trying to get the skill point. I think I remember hiding behind that wall or something to do this. It's been a while, so I don't remember how I actually managed to get this. Yeah, there we go. Got a skill point. I don't know what I got it for. I think.
hope everybody's peed because we're not breaking for commercial anytime soon.
Did you know Ratchet isn't Jack
The next set
X?
of nodes have been cleverly concealed beneath these priceless stone
And
carvings.
everybody golfs for.
Here at Dread
I did
Zone,
not
we're
know that.
serious about
I haven't played those
historical
games.
preservation.
I played
Future generations will look
I guess I never played the racing games and stuff. I only played the mainline entry type games. So I don't know that much about any of the spin-offs and the kart racing games and that sort of stuff. I think there's like a reference to Jack and Daxter or Jack X in The Last of Us, because there's like a trophy for playing the arcade game.
Have you ever wondered what's in the special sauce?
You're obviously not playing it because it's nothing works, but you're imagining that you're playing it as Ellie. By the way, I'm very happy about how the HBO series ended up. I was afraid it was gonna be terrible, but turns out they did a really good job at adapting the source material for that one. All of the compromises and changes are stuff that I kind of understand and I think works good or works well for the series. I just wish they kept the scene where Ellie, when Ellie kills David in the game. I like the way they do the scene a lot better there, because it's more effective with the audio cutting out and Joel coming in and just breaking her out of her self-defense thing.
Did you feel that, Juanita?
I think the way they solved it there was a lot better than how it was in the show. But that's the only like major complaint I think I have. Racing is my forte and bread and butter. Arcade game is actually a real-life console game that you can play. I guess I never got that into racing games and that sort of stuff. I was mostly playing Burnout 3. Burnout 3? Is that? It's been so long that I forgot the title of the game. I think it's Burnout 3, one on PlayStation 2, where you like crash out cars and stuff. It's probably one of those games that I should have at least tried out or played, but I don't think it was remastered for PlayStation 4 when I was going through them. So it just wasn't on my list. Oh, what happened?
You're not falling asleep, are you?
But yeah, racing games has never been quite my thing. Always been other stuff that I've been into. Mostly shooters and what else? Platformers, yeah. I love platformers. I'm probably one of few people that have played Croc, Legend of the Gobos. At least it feels that way, because I haven't heard that many that actually knows about it. I feel whenever I mention it, everyone goes just like, huh? What? What's that game? I never heard of that. And most people haven't. They have no idea what Croc, the Legends of the Gobos is. I remember being extremely young when I played it, and I was mostly like arranged by my sisters because they knew how to play games and stuff. So I was just extremely young at the time, so I just kind of watched them play it, I think. But I remember being so sad about the little Gobos getting kidnapped and put in cages. I didn't like that at all.
Team Darkstar is unstoppable!
Okay, I'll use a sniper. Okay, these are not doing a lot of Combat Racing is already remastered for PS4 and PS5. I didn't know that. I haven't seen it. Maybe it's like a regional thing where it didn't release for the Norwegian Sony shop or something. I don't know. Is it gonna get a remake? I haven't heard that. That's news to me. I'm looking forward to that. I've been planning on playing the original again. I booted it up recently, and it was very interesting to try again, because I only remember it from my childhood, so it was like extremely nostalgic because I have no other reference than my childhood memories. So comparing that to what it's like to go back and actually play it, it's funny because it is very similar to how I remember the game. Oh yeah, you're a journalist and stuff, so you're always up to date on that stuff. I try to keep up with gaming news and all that, but it's kind of tough sometimes because I don't always know where the best like you can miss news easily because a lot of people probably don't care about Legends of the Gobos, so it's kind of hard to know which outlets would know about it or report on it, or who would talk about it and that sort of stuff. So even if it is announced, it's like, oh, I don't know if anyone would even report on it or know about it, because there's a lot of select reporting, since not everything is of interest to people. Like the main audience is mostly people who want to hear about the new football game and new football games and Call of Duties and that sort of stuff. Okay, well, I couldn't do anything, so that didn't work out. At least it kind of saves my progress. Starting to feel nervous about making history, as in starting a video game soundtrack radio show. I don't see any real live radio stations that have video game radio show. Yeah, I haven't. I don't know if that's a concept I've heard before. So is it like video game soundtrack radio show? So you basically you play video game music, I guess. focus on video game music. There's a lot of really good video game music, and I don't know why people don't treat it as real music. Have you ever noticed that? How people be like, oh yeah, it's video game music. It's like a negative connotation. I never understood that. Like, music is music. If it's good, it's good. It doesn't really matter which medium it is. And I think a lot of people are missing out on some really good songs because they have this very strange relationship to how they see video game music compared to, in quotation marks, a real music, which is often just not even. I mean, video games can do a lot of really cool stuff with their music, stuff that the mainstream music scene isn't doing. A lot of experimental stuff and a lot of really cool genres and just stuff that you don't see in the pop scene, because all the pop music kind of just sounds the same. I mean, I feel like the rate of iconic songs have gone drastically down since the 80s. I can mention so many 80s songs that I remember and think is iconic and really cool and interesting and stuff, but I barely know any songs or can hum any sort of modern pop songs in the last, I don't know, 12, 15 years. And I'm very interested in music. It's not that I'm not interested in music. I listen to radio sometimes. I try out new genres. I listen to what's new and what people like, and I just try to experiment and see what appeals the most to me. And I just feel like I can't really, at least among popular music, nothing really hits home. Nothing is as good as how it used to be in like the 80s and even some stuff from the 90s.
Ratchet's got this match on ice, ladies and gentlemen. The juice is cold, and the generic brand X gelatin is definitely jiggling.
Ow. No, don't kill me. Come on, die. Okay, good. I'm of the opinion that generic orchestra don't fully convey the expanse of outer space. In the recent Ratchet and Clank games have generic orchestra music. It's the kind of generic Disney.
Our contestant is really
What can you even call it? It's like animated music, the very generic stuff that you just score an animated movie with when you want it to feel magical. But it doesn't have much of a personality. It's just like, oh, it's orchestral music and it's supposed to sound magical. That's one of the weaker parts of the Future series, I would say. Like, yeah, the games are very fun and very cool and good and stuff, but I don't remember any of the songs. I don't remember any of the tracks. But in all of the PlayStation 2 games, they all have like some iconic track that you remember. But I don't remember any of the songs from any of the Future series games or Rift Apart. There's no like one iconic melody or track that really that I think of. There's no like song that plays and I'm like immediately, oh, that's Ratchet and Clank from like the Future series. But if I hear any tracks from Ratchet and Clank on the PS2, I recognize it right away. I can be like, oh, that's Ratchet and Clank music, I recognize it. But if it's from the Future series, it's like, yeah, it's generic, just generic orchestral music. It could be anything. It could be literally anything. It could be a Disney movie. It could be like Pixar animation. It could be, I don't know, a DreamWorks film. It could be anything. It doesn't really convey what it is. It's just, it's a lack of identity, for a lack of better words, I guess.
Have you ever seen the Diablo in the pale moonlight? I have, and it's fantastic.
I wish they were willing to experiment more with the music in Rift Apart and do more interesting, kind of crazy stuff to just, I don't know, form more of an identity to kind of separate themselves from all the generic orchestral music that every movie and every game and everything is using currently these days. I guess if you really want to tie it into some sort of larger societal critique, it's kind of the commercialization of media and how everything has turned into a commercial product instead of art. So instead of carving out your own niche, your own thing, your own like cool new idea, it's all about how can we sell this? How can we make people want to buy this? And how can we make people feel like this is a product that they're enjoying and engaging with? And that's often just like making it generic, and generic isn't bad, but it's also not good. It's just like whatever, it's fine, but it doesn't evoke anything. Like when Star Wars was new, it was expected to be a flop because it was so different, it was so weird, it was very new and something that hadn't been done in the same capacity. So they didn't know how it would do commercially because they'd never experienced any sort of media going that way before and doing something in that way. So it was kind of uncharted territory, and that doesn't happen as much anymore. A lot has to be like safe bets for I almost said conservatives, for producers and the CEOs and everyone who has the money. For them to sign off on anything, it usually has to be some tried and true property that they feel confident is gonna make them money. While back in the day, they were more willing to take risks, or there was more independent movie makers and stuff willing to make daring new things. I guess if you look at A24, they have a lot of really good indie films. Like Midsummer was a very big success, and Uncut Gems and that sort of stuff, and they're making really good movies. I think those are really good movies, even if I don't necessarily love Midsummer. I still think it's a really good or well made movie. And all that is coming from the indie scene. It's not the big movie studios or corporations that are funding anything interesting these days. It's all like independent movie makers and smaller projects. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that they feel like video games have kind of, I guess stagnated is a good word for it, but it's like it feels like it kind of stopped evolving, you know? Because the difference between a video game in 2002 and 2006 was like major. It was insane just how big of a difference there were. But the difference between a new game now from like 10 years ago is not as big anymore. It feels like it's moving more slowly or doing less, or there's less stuff happening. Like there's a lot of technical stuff that's happening. The games are getting more technically impressive, but it feels like it's not moving that much in terms of writing and revolutionary new ideas, and like I don't feel like I've seen anything that interesting or new in quite a long time. I still think one of the better game series that actually exists currently is The Last of Us, because they focus so heavily on mature writing and on themes that they treat video games like it could be a modern medium, you know. It's not just another money-making opportunity necessarily, and that's why so many hated The Last of Us Part 2, because they did a lot of controversial stuff in that game, and they made a really interesting story, and they took a lot of risks by killing off central characters that everyone loved, and they really did stuff that that pushed the medium instead of just doing the very easy thing, which would have been to just make a sequel that was almost the same and just have the story kind of continue in a, like a very soft sense. But no, they really they took a risk and they wrote something new and daring, and they got a lot of shit for it. And I think that's undeservedly so, because they are the only. The Last of Us Part 2 is the only game that has actually made me cry in recent years. It's probably the only game I remember that actually made me cry. And I guess that thought that like only that one game is the one I remember making me emotional in so many years of playing games. It's kind of a sad thought that no one is really pushing the medium. No one is trying new things. It's all about doing it safe, doing safe things, making money. It's become an industry. It's become commercial. It's become commodity instead of art. And I think that's been hurting the industry. And I think the fact that there's been such a hard time getting people to unionize and getting them proper wages and dissuading this crunch time stuff and focusing on better working conditions, that has also hurt the industry quite a lot, because unhappy workers can't make good products. I really believe that if you're in a bad work environment, your video game is not going to be good, because your workers are not feeling good and thus they can't make anything that's good. So I think that's also a large part of it. So I can defend The Last of Us, but I don't know if I can defend Uncharted or Horizon Zero Dawn or I like God of War, actually. I think that's a good story, and I also think The Last of Us has a very good story. Uncharted, though, it's more like just it's action schlock. It's easy to just sit down. It's like popcorn movies. It's just you're playing it. It's a lot of action. It's cool. It's fun. It's not necessarily gonna give you this life-changing emotional experience or roller coaster or challenge your views in any ways. It's just like a fun. It's like Indiana Jones mixed with some James Bond and Mission Impossible and that sort of stuff. It's like it's just supposed to be fun. It's a very I don't know. It's just action. With Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West, I did not like Forbidden West. It did not do anything new. It did not improve much on its predecessor. It was actually pretty I don't know. It was a kind of a downer because I can see it had a lot of potential, but it didn't do anything. I liked the first one because it was a good start for the series to like kick off, and I could see it doing some really good stuff. But then they didn't do anything new or interesting in Forbidden West, so I was kind of let down by that. And I really like the first God of War, but I don't think the sequel Ragnarok was that good. Actually, I feel like it tripped over itself at the ending. Something happened where they were gonna have 3 games. They're gonna have
Make some noise. It's time.
they're not gonna do they were gonna do 3 games. God of War Ragnarok was supposed to be 2 parts, not 1. And I think in condensing that, something got lost. Something that the original did not translate as well to Ragnarok. So I didn't like Ragnarok as well as I did the first one, because it didn't push the medium. It didn't do anything that new or interesting, and the story kind of fumbled, and it felt like it kind of failed on execution. I don't know, something happened during the process. It was not the same director as well, which I think it's like Cory Barlog or something did the first one, if I'm not mixing them up. I'm really bad with names. But yeah, I think the sequel was still a really good game, but it did some stuff that I just don't think was a good choice in terms of story and writing and overall structure, I guess. I was just kind of disappointed by the ending. It felt kind of flat, like they were building it up and building it up and building it up, and once you got there, it didn't feel like anything they had built up to. Because I'm very into Norse mythology, and I know quite a bit about the described visuals and how they kind of imagined the end of the world to look like, and these kind of fights and all this stuff. And the game doesn't do it that well. It doesn't look that crazy or that cool. It just kind of feels like a generic big battle. And I've seen that in many other games. I've seen that before. And they could have done something more, something better. I don't know. Hello, Jam. Hello. Welcome to stream. I'm just talking about a lot of video games stuff.
Choice of 2 different paths.
A lot of video games.
Each one is equally dangerous.
Ew, they went left. Bad decision.
I'm doing well. I'm doing pretty well. I'm having fun just voicing my opinions on different game series and stuff, talking with Fiona. I was just voicing my love for The Last of Us. As you know, I'm quite the fan. I think a good indication of doing something correct is by when you're making conservatives angry. So when The Last of Us pissed off a lot of conservative people by doing the things it did, I believe that's just like a sign of it doing everything correct. It was being based and correct. Imagine being that kind of person that's actually upset about the events in The Last of Us 2. I mean, it wouldn't be exciting if there was no stakes. By killing off central characters, you're actually establishing that, hey, this world is dangerous, and people that you like in this universe, characters that you grew fond of, they're not safe. They could die at any second. That's interesting to me. That makes me more invested, because I know that consequences for characters they actually exist in this universe, and they won't just cop out and be like, no, we got plot armor for the main character, so they're not gonna suffer for any of their consequences. And I don't like that kind of writing where they just They just, it's like a moral and a plot armor. Like, even when they do immoral things, like Joel did in The Last of Us Part 1, he doesn't, it doesn't come without consequences. And I think that's important to establish that even if you're a main character and you can understand the perspective and the actions, it doesn't mean they're morally right to do so just because they're the main character. Like, Joel is a terrible person. People forget this, but he's a fucking monster. And it's only through Ellie that he's actually even redeemed in the eyes of the player. Like, slightly so. And I think the TV show does a better job at establishing this with the final episode of the season. It doesn't shy away from showing Joel as who he is, which is a sociopath who will kill and destroy anyone who gets in his way. He is like a very broken man, and yeah. It just, I think it's important that the show establishes that he is not a good person. Just because he's the main character and Ellie likes him doesn't mean that we need to like him. Or support his actions, rather. Yeah, I think Bella Ramsey gets way too much shit for coming out as non-binary. That's dumb. I don't get why people don't like their performance in the show either. Like, I think she's a really good. She does really well as Ellie. I really like her take on a character. Oh wait, which actor do you mean? In part 2? Oh, you're talking about from the game. Okay, yeah. Oh, what's her name again? What? Oh, I know who you're talking about. It's the actress for Abby. Yeah, Abby. But I forget her real name. Because the thing is, her model is based off of one person, and then the voice actor is a different person. So it's technically two people involved in Abby's character. One is like the model, and one is the voice. I think it's the voice actor, actress, voice, the VA for Abby. That is getting a lot of crap, I think. I do still think that Bella gets a lot of weird, like,
What they mean by gratuitous.
there's a lot of weird people out there who has a very strange opinions on non-binary people and on how they portray certain characters. Like, they have a very protective opinion on what they think a character should be on screen, and it makes them horrible people to actors and actresses. And that's the same for voice actors and that sort of thing. It's funny because prior to the release of part 2, there's like rumors about, oh yeah, Abby's a transgender, so we hate her. And because that was a rumor before the game was released, that's something people still believe to this day, that Abby is a transgender. And they hate Abby because, oh, she's the evil evil person who kills Joel, and Abby is trans, so we hate her, and it's like it's such a weird thing. I don't know what happened, but it's something about Gamergate and all that stuff just broke some people. There's so many people out there who are still like in the culture war trenches, just permanently stuck there. Imagine living like that. It must be miserable. I can't believe that people are willing to spend that much time and effort of their day into being transphobic, being bigoted, being angry about stuff that's just not really an issue. I just can't wrap my head around it. I don't understand it. Why spend so much time and energy on being hateful? Just if you don't like something, just don't play it, don't talk about it, just go do something else. You don't have to spend so much time and energy just, I don't know, wasting all of your time on being angry and miserable. It's like they're addicted to being angry and addicted to being like angry and miserable, and I don't know, it kind of feels like they're in a kind of an addiction thing in my eyes, because they just can't quit. They have to like latch on to every new like rage bait, and they have to get angry about something. It's like the pronouns guy who got angry at Starfield because you can choose your pronoun. Like, why are you getting so upset about that? I don't understand why. It's like you're actually mentally ill. It's a problem. Like, you need therapy, my dude, and I mean that in the best way possible. Like, I've done therapy. It's been great for me. Okay, it does wonders. I can highly recommend it. It's something almost everyone needs as like a basic human right at this point. We're gonna get a lot less of those pronouns, and people being angry about pronouns types if we do some more therapy for the boys.
Exploding drill was neat. Who would have thought the highly toxic drill fuel would leak out the back of the factory, endangering countless lives? I did.
I think it's like unmanaged anger or something, where they don't know who to be angry at, but they know that they're being unfairly treated because of capitalism and a lot of that stuff.
Better hurry, Team Darkstar. That toxic fuel is causing quite.
So they don't know. It's like misplaced anger. They think the people that are ruining their lives are transgender people, and they have like far-right people egging them on. Come on, can I please do a thing now? It takes so long for the thing to do. Here we go.
Run, Ratchet, run!
Oh, one little guy there.
Oh no, I can't bear to look. Yes, I can.
I think it's also like almost like an addiction, because the same way that people with mental health problems are more predisposed to being addicted to substances, you kind of see the same with a lot of right-wingers who have mental health issues. They will often latch on to like easy like targets or easy scapegoats, I mean. Where it's way easier to just be like, well, it's all of these people's faults that I'm poor, or that I'm struggling. It can't be me. It has to be all these people that are ruining my life. And it's like a way to deflect responsibility as well, because some stuff is personal responsibility, and that hurts to admit. You don't want to feel like you're a failure, and on the right, all of it is personal responsibility, because if you fail at something, that's because you're not working hard enough or you're not good enough and that sort of stuff. But on the left, it's more like, well, it's systemic issues. It's not your fault. It's because you're not given better wages. It's because you don't have better workers' rights. It's all this stuff. But on the right, it's just like they see it as a moral failing to not be a good worker and to be working hard and earning money and not getting any help. So the feeling of failure because of the way capitalism is kind of structured is kind of fueling this sort of rage and this kind of reaction to everything being like, oh, it has to be something else. It can't be me, because the only alternative is it has to be minorities, because if it's not, then it's me, right? Because that's how they think. They think that if something isn't working, it's usually your own fault. You gotta pull yourself up by the bootstraps. So if they're not blaming anyone else, they're technically just blaming themselves, and that feels really bad. I can tell you from experience, it feels very bad to feel like you're a failure and feel like you're not doing anything of value and like participating in a way that is good for society. And that's the only alternative explanation that is offered on the right, compared to blaming someone else, like minorities or something like that. So it's like it's just like a placing blame kind of thing. Like, oh, it can't be me, so it has to be someone else. It has to be something else. And for the left, we do have explanations for it, but it's not as sexy or as easy as just blaming it on something, because it makes more... Okay, if you think about it, what seems easier? Stopping immigration because, oh, all of them are taking our jobs, or completely reforming our entire economical system and reforming all of jobs and getting all unions, and like it's way easier to just blame one group of people, right? It's such like you're selling people on something that seems like a way easier and realistic solution to things. So the left has like a uphill battle because we're not offering an easy solution, because it is a complex situation. It's not an easy answer to it. It's never gonna be an easy answer to it. But it's way easier to just say, oh well, it's the minority's faults, or it's this and that's fault.
For the Crusader tournament.
So we're kind of stuck in an endless loop in a way, where the actual solutions are too complicated to get across for a lot of people, or it seems like something you wouldn't be able to do, so people don't like the solution that you're offering. I hope I'm getting my point across. It's more difficult to express myself while playing a game than you think it is, because they're constantly talking over me. It's very difficult to talk while they're like screaming over me. Yeah, rhetoric and linguistics are like the key things you have to study or know about if you're going into politics. Because just small differences in how you talk about things can really either make or break your political advocacy, because people will feel turned away and feel like you didn't listen to them or you didn't respect their struggle if you treat it as if, oh well, this is not actually a problem, we just have to do this and that, and then it's the solution that you're giving them is something that they don't believe can even happen. So you're kind of offering them nothing. So why would they listen to you then? You know? It's very difficult for them to feel like optimistic or feel inclined to listen to you or believe in anything you have to offer if all you're offering is technically stuff that to them is utopian and unrealistic and unachievable. It's kind of like trying to sell someone on gender abolitionism. Like it's a very far removed idea for most people. You can get most people to agree that, oh yeah, gender roles aren't perfect and there's a lot of problems with it and there's a lot of limitations that harm people. But getting people to want to abandon the concept of gender identity, that's like a very big next step. Like the whole, maybe genders just suck. Maybe that's a bad construct. That's like the step beyond for most people. But it's very easy to get people to agree that, yeah, gender isn't like a perfect way of describing individual experiences across, even across big masses. There's like, what is a man? What defines being a man? No one really knows. A lot of people might be like, oh, it means having a big beard and being strong. And someone else can be like, no, actually, I think it's being a good father, and I believe it's being a good worker and independent. And like, you'll never get a one single answer because everyone defines it differently. There is no real like unilateral, uniform, like agreed upon. Okay, I'm about to die. Agreed upon definition for all of genders. It's just, it doesn't exist. It's not a thing.
Alright, let's go to the scoreboard and see how well our contestants did.
Okay, neat. I didn't die. No one has like a consistent definition of these things, so the fact that we use them so essentially just means that we use it in such an essential sense that it starts to lose meaning to a point where I think it would just benefit everyone that we kind of just move away from it, because there's no benefit in keeping these roles around if everyone has like their own toxic opinion on what it actually means. I'm getting a pizza roll.
Hey, Ratchet. I know you're busy with the fighting and the jumping and the hurting, but I have a new bot upgrade for you.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about that. Yeah. It will be a lot better and liberating for everyone to be able to just express themselves unbeknownst of gender expectations. If I'm using that wrong, that word right, I'm not wrong.
Attention, heroes. We are detecting high levels of radiation in the containment area. If you reside next to or near Uranium Man, you will die shortly.
Yeah, it's the whole masking thing, or code switching. I think it's very tiring because it feels like you're always hiding yourself because you're afraid of how you'll be perceived otherwise. And I don't think that's healthy. I think it's very bad for you to always hide who you are because you're just so afraid that people won't accept you. Even if there's stuff that isn't harmful or sociologically harmful, like stimming. Everyone stims. Everyone has like a stim. They shake their leg, they scratch their head, they scratch their beard. Everyone stims to some degree. But the fact that some stimming is more accepted than other is one of the things that I use as an example of how it's difficult to arrive at like a perfect, we already use arbitrary distinctions for what is and isn't acceptable in terms of behavior, which is completely detached from any harm it does. It's just like, oh yeah, your vibes are off. You feel like your vibes are wrong because you're not acting this specific way, which is very ableist, actually, very harmful to everyone who has some sort of mental health issue, who might not be dangerous or bad or anything like that, but just they're a little different. They act a little different. But we're so afraid of diverging from the social norms and gender norms that we're unwilling to do something different or be different in a way that can come off as slightly off-putting to whoever is the heteronormative, majority, gender normative, you know what I mean. I think that's been more or less a endless kind of not battle, but endless point of contention and debate, where the line between what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable keeps changing, and it's very often based on a lot of racist stuff, a lot of ableist stuff, it's like never, it's usually never rooted in anything that actually makes sense. There's no logic to a lot of it. It's just like vibes and what we have decided is the thing we want. The same way that some cultures believe that minor key is beautiful and nice and pretty, and major key is actually the sad key. Like some cultures just treat music and behaviors and a lot of this stuff very different from how we do. And it's just easy to forget that we aren't the arbiter of everything and all truth in these in like the US and in parts of Europe. We're not like the arbiter of what's culturally correct. I mean, we are technically a minority up against India and China. So if you're gonna be like by just force of majority, then technically we're wrong. We should be listening to China and India then, because they're the majority. But obviously, I believe in utilitarianism and utilitarianism. So it's more about like what I can make a moral, what I believe. It's difficult because morals is just an arbitrary set of engagements I believe to be good for society or people. So arguing for from a set of moral superior principles, it's basically just making the argument that my morals are better than yours because I say so, because I believe it maximizes happiness, and not necessarily because there's any hard facts or logic to it, because that would be impossible to do. Like how would you prove something mathematically is morally correct. You can't really do that.
This time I brought a shower cap.
It's just like being in the front row at Aqua World. You're guaranteed to get wet.
I think leaving Twitter has been the best decision ever for me because people on the political side would indirectly make me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, a lot of toxic stuff on Twitter. Probably better to just not be on Twitter, honestly. It's not done me anything good. It's only been an abusive relationship my entire life.
Run, Ratchet, run!
It's honestly been such a destructive force that I will thank Elon once he destroys it. The one time I'll congratulate Elon on doing something good is when he actually just decides to break the whole site, because then we're finally free.
How you like me now? I'm gonna smack that stupid look off your face.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you in a world of hurt.
I should have upgraded my sniper or something. I guess I can try using the Harbinger. Oops. Haha. Got him.
Please welcome our new Crusader!
Half of the people on Twitter are mentally ill anyways. I mean, last time I was on there, people were always like talking about how good it is to abuse your children because I got smacked as a kid and I turned out okay kind of thing. Like that's a level of engagement that people do there, so I'm not surprised that it's shit.
Ratchet, you have now unlocked the Valix Belt campaign.
5,000 people are nothing though. It's just a small, loud minority in my opinion, because I think the bigger population would disagree with them, even if there's like 5,000 always online people on Twitter who agree. I think the larger population wouldn't. Yeah, a lot of weird people out there who think their kids are their property, that they own their kids, like they're not human beings. Unironically, something that a lot of people do think though, like they don't consider their children as autonomous human beings with rights. They're just gonna see them as their property until they're 18.
Oh, I just love to watch you suffer!
I think that's still a pretty common thing too. I like to imagine that, oh, it's only conservatives who think that way, but no, I think a lot of liberals also think that way. They're like very protective of their children and kids, and deny them their ability to kind of do a lot of stuff that they should be able to do, like choose what they want to wear and choose how they want to express themselves. Like, you as a parent can't really demand control over that. I don't think that's fair or right to them. If they don't feel comfortable dressing the way you want them to, then you shouldn't be pushing them to dress that way. You should just let them decide what they like, and then support them as well as you can. Like, I don't know. I just very much dislike the whole property. I get to decide how. It's the I pay the bills, I make the rules kind of thing. I always hated that. That's the worst thing in the world to hear as a kid, because it's just like it's not even a counter argument to anything you're saying. It's just like oh, well, even if you're correct, it doesn't matter because I get to decide everything in your life because I pay for you. And I hate that. I hate that so much when people say that, because it's the most dismissive and demeaning way you can actually talk to your kids. Because what you're really saying to them is that I don't respect you, and until you're a legal adult that pays for yourself, you are my property because I pay for you. That's basically what they're saying, right?
Look, his bots are down. He's gonna die!
Yeah, if you want your kids to love and appreciate you, you should be supportive and love them back, and not tell them that they don't have any rights because they don't pay for their own existence. Like, I didn't ask to be born. You're the one who brought me into this world. You can't use that on me. You can't tell me that because I'm not independent from birth. That means I have to apply or comply to everything you say. That is like some abuse level shit. Like, that's what they say in abusive households when children asks why they're being mistreated. They're like, well, we can mistreat you because I own you, because you don't pay you don't pay taxes. You don't pay for your own existence. I think it's sadly very common though. It's something that you see a lot. I wish it wasn't a thing, but it is. It's just how the world is, you know. It is kind of changing though. I feel like I'm seeing some of that change with millennial parents, because all of them know exactly how it is to be treated this way and talked to this way. So they have first-hand experience with that, and they try their best to avoid doing the same mistakes. I feel like millennial parents are a lot better at this stuff than boomers and Gen X and stuff. Just more progressive overall, more willing to listen and understand where their children are coming from, because they remember how it was. A lot of millennials have very good memory, have very strong opinions on upbringing and their how their lives were, so they feel inclined to make some changes. I think I heard that it's very common for each generation to more or less avoid try avoid making the mistakes that they feel their parents made. So in my case, it would be like what would be a good example? It's like I was not abused, so I'm just gonna use like physical abuse as like an example. This is not speaking from experience. This is just because I don't have any other example at the moment. But let's say you were physically abused. It was very common for my mom and dad's generation to be spanked, and they would just like go pick up a branch in the woods and start spanking their children, and that was completely that was normal back then. And my parents vowed that they would never ever do that. They would never get physically abusive because they experienced it. They remember how traumatizing it was and how it didn't help. It was not good. And by learning from those mistakes, they did not repeat those with me. And any other mistakes that they have made beyond that, let's say verbal abuse, let's say they've said and done things that are dumb and not good for me, which isn't physical abuse, but could concentrate as maybe more verbal abuse, I don't know, something like that. You kind of go like, well, I don't want my children to ever experience that, so you kind of get the previous teachings of like, oh, I'm never gonna physical abuse, and then you also get the new thing that you learned from your experience of like, oh, well, I don't want my kids to ever feel like they're verbally abused, you know. So it's kind of like you teach, you learn from the flaws of your parents and apply that to the next time you are the parent. Kind of like generational teachings, I guess. You teach through generational trauma, more or less. My mom told me that she didn't mind me eating as much food from the fridge because she couldn't when she was younger because so many siblings. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Like you have like certain restrictions on food or type of food or something like that, which changes because of generational wealth and conditions and opinions and a lot of that stuff. To be fair, I remember a friend of mine who also had like a ton of siblings who also had like very strict access to food and stuff, because there's like there's a lot of fighting over who has what, and also parents being like, oh, well, I don't want all my kids going through the fridge and then taking all the food out, and then when I want something to eat or something to drink, it's all gone because all of my children are just robbing me. Like, if you're a hard-working parent, I can kind of understand it. Like, if you have like, let's say you have like 8 children, and they all just get to open the fridge and take whatever they want, that's gonna be a problem, you know? If you're thirsty and you want like a soda, and you go to the fridge and there's like nothing there, I think it's just like, I do remember being, I had to ask my parents before I could take any soda or candy or anything like that. So I usually would just buy my own soda and candy with money I had lying around. So I don't think it's necessarily uncommon that you'd have to ask your parent for grabbing stuff out of the fridge, since they would probably not be too happy if they go to the fridge and something they were planning on eating or drinking is just gone. Because then you have to go shopping, and then you're maybe tired and you just want to get like you just wanted that one soda because you've been working all day, and then it's not there. So I can kind of understand it, but you have to do it in a way that the kids understand. So man, this mission is really messing me up. You have to do it in a way that they understand, because you can't just be angry at them and be like, you can't do that. You don't get to do that because I'm the adult and I make the rules. If you say that, then it's very difficult for kids to understand or learn what the lesson is or what you actually are angry at them for, which can be distressing, because if kids don't understand why you're angry, it creates a sense of uncertainty, because how do you know your parent is not gonna get super angry at you for doing something else that seems normal? Like, everyone else is doing this, but whenever you do it at home, your parents get super angry and abusive with you. So you need to actually explain why they can't do the thing and why it's bad. Because if you don't explain it, then you're just setting them up to be very scared of you and being like, well, anything I do could trigger a super angry response from them. Because whenever I've done a thing that I thought was okay or normal, they get super angry at me, and when I ask why, they just say because I'm the adult and I make the rules. And that doesn't clear up anything, that doesn't make any sense, and that doesn't give people any sort of feeling of safety or being able to understand their surroundings or the rule sets that are given to them. So I think that's a very important part of parenting. It's like being very clear about why you're angry or why you're setting the rules. Because if you explain it and they have it explained in a way that's logical, then even if they're angry, even if they don't agree with you, at least you have explained why. And they have to accept that. They have to accept the rules that you set and the reasoning you give them. But not giving them a reasoning for it or giving them the rules or anything, that's the bad part. You want to avoid not setting. You want to be very clear about exactly what the rules are, so that there's no confusion. I don't know why I have such strong opinions on parenting, but I guess it is in part because we all have been parented. So since we all have the experience of being a kid, being a child, we all kind of know what it's like, and we kind of remember or relate to how it felt like. So stuff like having things explained was very important to me, at least. I wanted to know why things were the way they were, because there's no way for me to accept stuff like, oh, it's just that way because I decide, I pay money, so I get to decide the rules. That was extremely infuriating to me, because that wasn't an explanation, or it didn't explain why things were the way they were at all. It was just a way to kind of force me into accepting it without actually giving me any reasonable answers as to why. And I always hated that, so I've always made it a habit that if I'm setting down rules, I will always try my best to explain why I put down those rules and why they are important and what could happen if you don't follow them, or what the consequences of not doing certain things are. And I just think most kids will respect and understand you in some capacity, even if they don't do it exactly in that moment because they're angry or something else. They will usually come around to it as long as you explain it in a way they understand.
There's a hover ship in that hangar! Let's hit the sky, sir!
The friend of mine who had like a lot of siblings, I think there were like 8 or 10 people in total in their household. I think she had been divorced a lot of times.
His bots just went down. Oh, too bad.
Oh, come on, the shield was just put down. Come on. Wah. I put down the shield.
If you're having a hard time or need a better workout, you can adjust the game's difficulty level whenever you load your game.
Yeah, she had been in multiple relationships and divorced and married quite a few times. So she had like, I think she probably divorced and married and had kids like every second year for a period. So for quite some time she just were kind of changing husbands and having kids at the same rate of changing your phone. So there was a lot of people from different households, from different parents and etc., all just living together in one house, from different having different parents and different dads, basically. So they were all kind of like the household was basically just like a mix between a bunch of different marriages in the last 10 years. And I think she divorced the one that she... Oh, what the... Okay. She divorced the one that she was married to at the time when I was friends with that friend. And I think they actually just divorced them as well. I think they're just unmarried now, last time I heard. I think they gave up. You know? I think they just decided to toss in the towel. I think it's just like she was a poor judge of character, and she was from a... I think all of the people in all that, they all... Like, I'm lucky enough to come from somewhat of a privileged background, I guess. My parents weren't rich by any means. They grew up very poor, and they had a difficult upbringing and their own struggles that I've heard about in retrospect, which all have been very eye-opening in terms of like where my family started in terms of economic wealth, which is basically none. My parents are very much self-built from bottom up. They gathered money, they got loans, they got everything they needed to complete their educations, to get jobs, and all the stuff they needed to get the jobs they wanted, and they did everything themselves. They got very little help from anyone else around them. They kind of just did everything by their own merit. So they worked themselves up to pretty well-paying jobs. They're very well educated. They're as far as like if I obviously don't like using middle class as like a term, because there is only like working class and owning class. But if you were to describe their personal economic situation, it's like the middle class in quotation marks. While my friend had a very different upbringing, because his parents, his divorced dad was not like a high income person. He was also from a rough background, to say the least. Very interested in Hitler for some reason. He wanted to write the books on Hitler and constantly talked about right-wing stuff, which was very concerning to me. Not the greatest kind of thing you want. Not the thing you want the dad to be very obsessed with. But yeah, he comes like from a low income background, and very like reactionary, lower working class kind of person. And the mom is also kind of like from a lower income background, and has like a job that doesn't pay that well. And then you have all the kids on top of that, because you have to pay alimony, and it costs a lot of money to have all of your kids get food, and all the stuff for school, and they have hobbies, and like, so even if she had a high income job, she wouldn't been able to pay any or much at all to satisfy the needs of all those kids, because just having one kid is really expensive. So imagine being low income on top of having 8 kids. It's like insane. So going to my friend's place was quite the shift in perspective, because I was I only had 2 half sisters, and I have parents with high income jobs, and we live in a very nice house. So going over to him and just seeing how, like, he is in this very low income, not great situation with a lot of siblings and not a lot of opportunities to be heard or seen by his parents. It was just quite a shift. It was a very different, it was an interesting learning experience, because you get to see like how other household looks and how privileged you are compared to others. I have always had parents who cared for me, who loved me, who was always around to help me and pay attention to me in a way that he probably didn't have. Like some of my other friends just didn't, especially in that household, didn't have like a father or a mother who maybe cared as much about them, and didn't really do them right, and didn't give them the opportunities that they needed to grow as a person and as a it wasn't a good environment. And yeah, it's quite the turn, the whole. I was very weirded out by just how interested and invested his dad was in writing books about Hitler. It was like a very where's the robot? Come on, where's the robot? He's stuck on the ground. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it was. It made me very uncomfortable. Just how interested he seems to be in like far right stuff and whatnot. I don't think that translated into my friend though, because last time I checked in, I think they were a leftist. I think they were more or less left-leaning, from what I could tell. But I do think they might be a tanky. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to them because I'm not friends with them anymore. So I don't really. I'm not gonna check either. I just saw that they posted like communist stuff and etc. It was like I think they posted like Stalin dubstep or something like that, like a photo of Stalin and the USSR flag, and then I don't know if that's like a meme, like they're just doing that for fun and they're actually a leftist, but they might be a tanky. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't asked. I wouldn't know. Yeah, I got you. I see.
This creature is clearly much too dangerous to be set free. He must be destroyed.
I believe that they go by she, her these days, but I'm not sure because I haven't talked to, like I said, I haven't talked to them in so long, so I'm just gonna use gender neutral pronouns. If I'm talking about them in past tense, then it's I can sometimes slip up and say he because I remember our interactions as kids, and obviously my gender was also just he then. So I wouldn't be angry if I was referred to that way in past tense, you know. in like from the past, because it's different time, etc. It's kind of weird, like I've been thinking about this a little bit, but it's I'm just gonna take a little swig of Coca-Cola. Yeah, tankies have can sometimes lose meaning because it's just used like a leftist slur in a way, like, oh, you're tanky, so I don't care about you, or I don't have to engage with your opinions because you're tanky, kind of thing. I always make sure to explain what I mean by tanky. It's usually like people who are authoritarian, who support like regimes, and are usually Stalinist or Maoists or something like that. But yeah, I've always wondered how you're supposed to refer to actors who have gone gender neutral in past tense. I guess you should just try to use the correct gender, I suppose. Because or the correct name, because like Elliot Page was in Inception. And back then he had a different name and different pronouns. But if you go back and watch it, he plays a girl in that movie. So it's like, in the context of that movie, you would have to kind of misgender him for the purpose of that specific medium. Yeah, I've been trying to say actor or yeah, just actor or actors. That's because I have also said that I don't like actress. I don't think that's it's like trying to find like a gendered version of astronaut. Like, it's funny to think about, like, oh yeah, are we gonna call them astronauts or something as well then? Yeah, I'm talking about the character then, not the actor, because if you're talking about the actor, then I would still just say, oh yeah, that's Elliot Page, he is a very good actor, he has transitioned now. But if I was talking about the character, then I would have to go she, her, and use the character name, because at the time of the movie it was he played a woman, so and it's also weird if if he is played in something iconic like Inception, a lot of people will remember Elliot Page from that, and will kind of store that in their memory as, oh well, that's Elliot Page, and then you can kind of end up misgendering and getting the name wrong just because that performance in that movie sticks out in your brain, or is kind of like stored in your brain, in the brainstem. Honestly, it would be so much easier if we could just use they, them for everyone. That would be so cool. I love that. I just want to do that. Let's do gender abolition, okay? Let's just do it. I'm so used to saying Elliot Page now that I don't even know what his name used to be, honestly. Was it Ellen? I actually don't know. I have just accepted it. I am fully on board. He's my king. He's doing king shit. I've been using Day when I was in my first relationship and I was in a game once, still in the closet. Then Family Guy did a sketch on that very thing. I have not seen that. I don't really watch Family Guy, to be honest. The most I've seen of Family Guy in the last 8 years is just the funny clips that show up on YouTube, and that's as far as I want to go with it. I just don't really have an affinity for it anymore.
Let's hit the sky, sir!
It was funny when I was younger, and when I was much younger and edgier, and I thought it was funny with family. Like, I remember being a teenager and having a lot of fun watching it because it was like edgy, poopy, booby humor, and it was very, very funny, haha, when I was younger. But now that I'm older, I just I don't know. It's kind of like I don't know.
Falling asleep on you.
There's still good jokes, obviously, but I just think it's not the kind of comedy that I necessarily think is that cool or clever or transformative or interesting anymore. I feel like, I guess the best way I could describe it is that I kind of grew out of the humor a little bit. I know a lot of people don't like that phrasing it that way, and I don't love phrasing it that way either, because I don't think you can, like, people have different humor, and sometimes crude humor can be pretty effective and pretty funny. Like, I thought Bad Trip and Eric Andre stuff and etc. is like, it's funny, even though it's immature and kind of like, it's juvenile, a lot of juvenile humor, but it's the recognition that it is stupid that makes it more funny to me, if that makes sense. It's funny because everyone involved knows it's stupid, kind of thing. And I don't always get that with Family Guy. Sometimes I feel like they take themselves too seriously still, and they try to make actual political statements and political, like, they try to be more profound and more clever than they actually are, and that kind of puts me off. It's I like Borat for instance, and like Sacha Baron Cohen makes really good stuff because it's clever. It's really, it's a very good way of like honing in on all of the brain rot that is very exclusive to conservative people. And I think it does such a great job at just revealing their absolutely dumbass thinking and behavior. That just yeah, I don't know. It works really well for me in those kind of contexts. But with Family Guy, it's like hit or miss. Sometimes they make really funny sketches and jokes because they know it's stupid, and the joke is like, oh, this is so fucking dumb, but we're just gonna do it anyway. But when they're trying to be profound, when they're trying to be like, they're trying to make this profound observation and joke, and they think they're so clever and so cool and haha, and it's just not. That's when it kind of loses me, and that's been Family Guy for some time now, at least for me. So I just kind of fell off. I just haven't been. I just rarely ever laughed when I watched Family Guy in recent years. So I didn't see a reason to even watch it, because why watch it if it's a comedy? So if you're not laughing, then why are you watching it? It's like watching an action movie and being bored. It's like the worst thing an action movie can do. It is to be boring. Like you had one job. You had one job to be a cool action movie and be interesting and fun to watch and cool. And if you fail at that, then you don't have a purpose to really exist, because that's the whole point. Your point was to be entertaining and do action. That's one of the reasons why I actually think Tenet is still, even though people hate on it, I think it's a good movie, because it's an action movie. It does what it's supposed to do. It's entertaining. It keeps my attention. I think it's pretty cool and thrilling. I really like it. So it's like, as an action movie, as like just a spy thriller kind of thing, it does exactly what it wants to do. So people are just kind of giving it shit because it's not as high concept as Inception. Like everything, it's almost like snobbery to me. Like not everything has to be high concept for it to be worth watching. It doesn't have to be some fucking masterpiece that has to blow your mind and has to be this transformative experience that will forever change you. Yeah, but you watched Inception way too late. You should have watched it when it was completely new and no one knew about the concept. You gotta remember, at the time, this was an untried concept. No one has had thought about this before in this way. It's a very high concept film for its budget. It kind of brought in the whole era of the music and that sort of stuff that became iconic and synonymous with big movies. So all the stuff that you take for granted in modern movie music is stuff that Christopher Nolan basically did with Inception. But since Inception and all that, I feel like he has had a lot of he's had a few misses and a few hits, and like, I don't know, some of the Batman movies are pretty good, but I don't, there's so many superhero films now, so going back to them, they're not bad, but they're not perfect. I still think the Bane voice is still one of the best things to come out of the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. So iconic. It's been the source of so many great impressions in retrospect, especially like in the Harley Quinn series. I am Baron. I'm getting the panini press.
And I believe you were the last one to use it.
Please reserve this line for important communication. Besides, you are supposed to be working on the Deadlocked collar override.
Yeah.
Does this thing have airbags? Please tell me it has airbags.
I think superhero movies is kind of a thing where even if you do it well, it's gonna age very fast because everyone is doing them. Everyone is trying to make the new best thing, and everyone is trying to. So even if you do it really good, well, you make a really great movie, you do it well the first time, and no one is really gonna remember that as well as people who do it the best, do it well more recently. So I mean, my generation is probably gonna think about the original Spider-Man movies with Tobey Maguire and then Christopher Nolan films as like, oh, the golden age of like superhero movies, once when it's like really got started and everyone was hyped and it was cool and everything. But now it's like most of the Gen Z generation, I guess Iron Man is kind of one of those movies that I remember being very good and I liked and was like in that era. I think it's just like we got to the point where there's so many superhero films that I don't know if it's like the same for me as it is for my nephews, in terms of like, there's just so many of them. So I don't know if they even consider them films in the same way I considered like the Tobey Maguire films as like these big crazy, never seen the superhero like this before on TV or on film. That was just like everything. It's dominating the media. So
The little guy pulled it off again. And here I thought we were looking at a half day, Juanita.
yeah, like most of the audience watching the Spider-Man films probably don't know or have ever heard of Tobey Maguire or even Andrew Garfield. There's a big chance that there was like at least half the audience watching it didn't know who it was.
But first, you'll need to activate power.
And they were like, "Oh wow, it's a new Spider-Man. I've never seen this Spider-Man before. They're from a different universe." And they're like 5 years old and they've never experienced anything outside of their house yet. Like it is essentially movies for children, kind of. It's just like family films. So a lot of people who were watching into the what's it called again? It's like Far From Home. Far From Home.
Locate 4 power orbs. Hack the orb.
Or No Way Home. I hate the way they name the movies. It's so I never remember the names of the movies. It's like either No Way Home or Far. No, it can't be it's not Far From Home because that's the one where they go to Europe, I think, or in quotation mark Europe. So I think it's Venezia.
Anytime soon.
2 down, 2 to go, sir.
Venezia. Yeah, No Way Home is probably the one. And I hate the naming of the movies. Bad naming. Bad stinky.
Wait! The South Power Station is up and running.
No, Europe is a whole continent. What you're talking about is specifically a continent, not the country. I know you say Venice, but doesn't everyone in Italy or outside of the US basically just say Venezia or something? Or am I getting that wrong? Like locally? Venezia. I'm gonna look that up actually, because I wanna dunk on Americans. Hold on. Let's see, what do they say in Italian? Does it even say here? Locally, it's Veneziani. Yeah, so Veneziani. It's closer. I'm more correct. Get dunked on. Americans are addicted to being wrong.
There are the 2 security orbs. Hack them, and you will have the North Power Station up and running.
When you're saying Venice, it just sounds like you're talking about Venice Beach or something. Oh my god, I'm going over to Venice Beach. We're gonna have so much fun. We're gonna drink some Coca-Cola. Oh my god.
Ratchet, you are currently in the South Power Station. You must locate 4 power orbs. Hack the orbs to power up the station.
I see you can't handle the fact that I'm always correct, Jam. Just,
In the special sauce.
you just have to get used to it, okay? My big brain cannot be overcome. My cerebral frontal cortex is so big, it weighs my face down. I have to do neck crunches to make sure that my neck is capable of carrying the immense mass of my gray matter. If I don't work out my neck, it will break because of my massive intellect. Okay, so yeah, but the English is not any better. You don't want to go, well, the English were the ones who gave us the word, so we just kept using it. That's no, I don't accept that. You could have changed it. You could have chosen anything else, but you kept it. You kept the dumb version. I mean, think about it. You change a lot of other words. You instead of saying instead of spelling color with the U, you do it without the U and stuff like that. And you also like the different meaning with cookies and chips and and biscuits and that sort of stuff. The different meaning there. I mean, you can change words and do whatever you want.
Ice, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys are the ones that are cucked because you decided to just keep things as it is. You just let the English decide your vocabulary despite fighting them on the tea stuff. Spilling the tea. Is that a whistle? It's like so eerie and quiet. Yeah, do you hear that? There's like a slight whistle, like a very faint whistle. Huh. That's really cool. That's like I've never picked up on that before. Thanks to my new headphones, I can hear the little whistles and ambient sounds when you do the weapon screen now.
There are the 2 security orbs. Hack them, and you will have the North Power Station up and running.
Nuh-uh. Everyone knows that the only reason that America wanted to not be friendly with the British was because of tea. Ah, that explains it. I was wondering what that was about. I was like, us. Yeah, it only... Hold on, let me see. Maybe there's... if I choose from the menu, it'll show up. Objects, symbols. Yeah, there's no flag. There's only the... There's only the 2 flags that matter. Okay? Look at chat. Just take a look at chat right now. These are the only flags that matter, okay? These are the only flags that YouTube chat allows you to put in.
Okay, Dread Zone fans, now Team Darkstar will have to fight their way to the second reflector and
SJ.
reactivate the
Yeah, I don't know why that would be SJ. Are you sure it's not you're just pulling my leg? Because it's usually NO. Are you making a jerk out of me? Come on, hit him. They're either unusually strong or I'm just not hitting any of them. Come on. What's happening? Come on. Ah. Bienvenue. Ah, yeah, SJ's probably like the Faroe Islands or something like that. Then it looks very similar. I think it's almost the same. It's just like a little off yellow instead of white. At least for one of them. There's obviously several different territories. I don't remember which one uses like the almost just the same as the Norwegian flag. I think Svalbard just uses the same, so they don't have like their own flag or anything. Yeah, it's just a word salad for me. I can't see them. Snap. Oh, I had deja vu right there. I think I've done exactly this part with this weapon before.
It's so bright. It's like a light bulb, but so much brighter. I'm not good with words.
True. Very true, Jam. Just the average Norwegian word. I like the music. Music is pretty cool. I do like. Very likey. Likey. Football is the correct word. Soccer doesn't make sense. What is a soccer? Soccer no mean anything. You're playing football. You're pushing a ball with your foot. What is soccer? Soccer doesn't mean anything. Suck your mom.
Ratchet, turn the bolt to direct the gamma energy beam.
Yeah, but the British is they have brain problem. Okay, that's why they call things weird things. I'm obliged to do Anglophobia as a Norwegian, given my ancestry.
people, I am beside myself, and boy do I look good. And so does Ratchet. We just might have a competitor.
Oh, I should. I'll do this first. I should go get some more soda. I haven't drunk my soda, and now I need more soda.
What I want to know is how Ratchet uses the bathroom in that suit.
I get a weird sense of patriotism when I talk about this stuff. I mean, I feel like everyone get defensive when compared to or having to defend yourself against the British stuff, the British accusations. The US just can't seem to escape the British accusation.
Ratchet must capture each node in sequence before progressing to the next.
Yeah, the new British Empire. That's what you are.
Psychopath.
You're just the offshoot of the Anglo-Saxons' failed empire, doomed to repeat all of their same mistakes. Hehehe. I love how I actually can get on your nerves too by saying this stuff. Like you actually get a little defensive about it. To be fair, I would also be very defensive if someone was like, haha, you're British.
Red Zone started out with two guys fighting over a breakfast burrito, and the rest is history.
It's like, I guess it's like if you called me Swedish. I'm not saying you're upset, I'm just saying I'm getting a little under your skin. Getting a reaction out of you, you know.
One to go, boss.
I do get annoyed because I do think they are giving up their own privilege, and I also think it's unfair to Americans because, okay, think about this. You should be angry about this, Jam. You know why? Because Norwegians going to the US has their own healthcare deals and their own protective systems to basically enable them to live with the same benefits as they would have in Norway, but they get all the same benefits in the US just because they were born in Norway first. So they basically get the best kind of life they could get in the US on the fact that you guys like us so much that you give us extra like special treatment and basically give us way better like better terms and overall deals than the native population.
Have you ever seen the Diablo in the pale moonlight? I have, and it's fantastic!
We treat Americans kind of the same as everyone else, but you guys, you have like a weird racial appreciation for Nordic countries, which is like because a lot of people in the higher governments for a very long time was very, you know, kind of sympathetic to Mr. Mustache Man in Germany's views for quite a lot of stuff. So it's not, it's there is absolutely some institutional, like on some level, some institutional bias that gives Norwegians an unfair benefit in the US versus any benefit the Americans would have in Norway. You have like a social benefit as an American because you're seen as exotic and cool and different. Kind of the same way you'd be seen that way if you were European from Europe in the US. So you're kind of seen as exotic and kind of different, and oh, it's cool, and you come from a different place, and it can have different culture and that sort of stuff. So it kind of works both ways on the social part, but in terms of institutions and benefits, it's largely like based on old kind of like stuff, and also the US really wants more Norwegians to just come over because of brain drain and that sort of stuff. It always benefits the US to have more people come over and work in the US than shut people out. And I think that's probably gonna change for Norway after we start to have problems filling positions, because at some point we're gonna have to do the like we did in the 1970, where we did a mass immigration from Pakistan, where we basically let a bunch of like doctors and people just immigrate here because we needed the skilled doctors and people to work within our economy, and that worked out great. There hasn't really been any major issues from that mass immigration wave of people working in oil and working in medical fields that came over from Pakistan. Well, you would only stand out as like because you're from the US. It's not anything else. Aesthetically, you could be like pass for any other immigrant really. Like there's no not necessarily like if you're not even talking, if they don't hear you, if you speak flawlessly Norwegian, you wouldn't even be treated as an immigrant or anything. You'd be just like treated as a Norwegian. It's only when people hear you like talk and they notice, oh, he's talking a little different, or oh, he's wearing or doing this thing that's very like culturally different. That's the only times you'll be like approached or confronted with like, oh, where are you actually from? But if you like speak perfectly Norwegian, it's very rude to ever assume anything else than, oh, well, they're Norwegian. They speak Norwegian. They dress Norwegian. They do everything like they're Norwegian. So they're Norwegian.
Well,
give me just 1 second. I'm gonna get some more soda. My throat is very itchy and very dry. Just 1 second. Also, I'm gonna leave my model up. Let's see what kind of position he freezes in. Let's see. Okay, that wasn't too unusual of a face. It was a very like standard, like haha, I'm so happy, looking off to the side. Well, if Norway needs someone who will work for what? For shit, I'm their guy. Yeah, I mean, hopefully there, it's gonna be like at some stage we're gonna need more labor, and we're gonna have to be like, well, it's either do or die, and we have to do like what we did in the 70s, and just have like an immigration program, and just see if we can get in people who are willing to work.
Force field to gain access to it.
We have done it before, and it worked well with Pakistan. I can actually send you some links about that, so you can see for yourself. It's interesting. It's a piece of Norwegian history that a lot of people don't talk about, I guess.
Let's keep it up.
Well, my point is, given our situation, and if you look at history, we will often look to history to see how we solved a previous issue, right? If we're experiencing the same issues like we did in the 70s, which we currently are, we're lacking manpower when we're lacking in a lot of sectors. Okay, what do we do to solve that? Well, we find people willing to come over and work and do those jobs. So my point is that we might be looking at a similar situation to the one in the 70s, where maybe you're gonna see us loosening up the requirements for work immigration for the time being, just so we can get in more workers to solve the shortage crisis. What? Hold on, I'm thirsty. Also, I really like this. I really like this armor. It's so cool. This is my favorite armor. I love the purple and the blue. Not necessarily. I mean, why? If there is a lot of interest from the US, then why not get people from the US? You guys have pretty good educations and have high standard of reading skills and degrees and a lot of stuff. So
You know, sometimes I think I should have taken that job on Annihilation Nation. They've got a great dental plan.
I mean, India has a lot of competent people as well, but I think Norwegians would be more comfortable with an American doctor than a Indian doctor, because we don't know enough about India to know if like how the quality of care is over there or how things are done there. We feel probably culturally closer to. We would probably feel culturally more closer to an American doctor than we would, and that's even if they have like. I'm not talking about I'm not even talking about race or anything like that. I'm talking about like, even if it was like a Indian American doctor, we would be more comfortable because it's like a cultural thing. There's also a lot of old people who don't speak English that well, or if they do, they like a lot of people still prefer to do stuff in or talk in Norwegian. So there will be some emphasis on finding people who would be willing to learn the language, and since you have been so willing, I think you would be probably first in line among others to actually do things, come in and work, because we already have open borders kind of with the EU, But even then, we're not getting the labor we need. So we have to consider that maybe we need to allow people from outside of the EU to come and work, because we're not achieving our goal by the normal work immigration standard through the EU.
Let's go. Good job. Let's keep it up.
If it was working, we wouldn't have a shortage. So obviously the EU model isn't perfect. It isn't doing what it's supposed to do, which is basically have free flow of labor and work just come across all of the, like, if one country has too few doctors, then and one country has too many, they just travel abroad, right? They just go to the country that has the shortage. But that's not currently how it is, because there's just an overall shortage in a lot of places and a lot of parts of the economy. Oops, I bumped into the mic.
Where to go, sir?
Sorry. I hope that wasn't too loud. I bumped into the mic arm. I was just trying to move it. Just give me a second. Just so itchy on my ears today. I don't know why. I keep bumping into my mic because I'm like adjusting my headphones because I'm like, itchy. But yeah, since there is a limitation to the amount of people that can actually, since the EU is not international, since we still depend on flow of labor from elsewhere as well for competence. We can't really get all the workforce needs through the EU. IT classes would be a good idea. It pays really well to do IT. I know you don't care about the money, but money gives you opportunities, you know.
Don't have any idea what it means. I do know that Team Darkstar will have to destroy the drones to disable the force fields. And actually, I read that part too. What are you gonna do? Sue me?
Ratchet, shoot down the swarm of flying drones in order to deactivate the force fields.
Yeah, you can pay for citizenship, but the way to get citizenship is usually through paying for services and other stuff. And you still want to be able to come visit me, right? And if you have a lot more disposable income, it means you can come visit me more, and you can feel less bad about me spending a lot of money on you and you not necessarily spending any money on me while there. But you do bring me gifts and stuff. You don't need to spend more on me. That's not what I'm implying at all, by the way. I'm just saying I know that would be a motivator for you, at least, to be like, oh, I can spend more money on Alex, and I can spend more money on commissions, and I can spend more, like, that sort of stuff. I know I'm saying that because I know that might motivate you a little bit more to accept the premise that money is important, even if currency is dumb in practice. I know you have the money to come visit, but you know, and if you get a really good paying job, you can move out, which means less having to think about what your parents think and say and do. And if you save up a lot of money, you could stay in Norway for quite some time looking for jobs as well. And you don't have to worry as much about costs or other potential cost-related issues. Ah, come on. Can you even afford getting a house here? You would have to get a loan, wouldn't you? You have to get a pretty expensive loan. And if you do get a house, I think you can apply for some sort of citizenship over time. If you can prove that you've lived in said house for a certain amount of years. I think the best would be getting an apartment that you own.
But hey ho, there's nothing there. The ship is hidden. It could take days.
Like a small, very small apartment.
Searching just to find it.
Ratchet, if you activate the vector transmitter...
You can't stay there beyond what your visa allows, but you can probably apply for longer stays for if you have like a house there, I think. And because you're paying taxes on the house and everything, right? So you're technically contributing to the economy, and you technically you don't have residency just because you have a house, but because that would be a very easy way to manipulate the system. But you have more of a wedge to get in, and for longer. And you don't have to stay there in, like, when I say you have to stay there for years, I'm more so saying it as in after owning a house for 2 to 3 years, and you can prove that you've been staying in it for like a month every year. I think it if you can document that goes in, or it goes towards being like oh, you're paying taxes and you're contributing and you kind of have a house here, so you can kind of apply for not a permanent, but like semi-permanent residency or something like similar to that, just so you can get in. I don't know. I actually don't know the rules around that, to be honest. It's an interesting question, though. It's an interesting thought. Because a lot of it is just paying taxes over a certain amount of years kind of gets you in. Because paying tax is a way to citizenship. And if you're not working, you can technically pay tax through home ownership. But homes are very expensive here, and there's a lot of like costs and stuff associated with that. So I really gotta go to the bathroom now. I've been drinking so much soda. Okay, give me 1 second. I just gotta use the bathroom. think my dog is having a little upset stomach because she keeps trying to dig her food down. She doesn't want to eat. She just wants to push her little carpet over the food. So instead of eating it, I have to keep stopping her from trying to bury the food with her little blanket. Oh, she's very smelly.
Those dread zone shock
She tried to eat a little bit, but she gave up, and now she has stinky wet food smell on her. I did walk her today, and she's not super sick or anything. She's just like I think she just doesn't have an appetite. And I know how that can be. I have days where I just don't want to eat.
Run, Ratchet, run!
The mega supernova looks a little phallic, don't you think? Or is that just me? Do I just specifically have a penis on my brain? I mean, you gotta wonder what's being compensated for, you know? That's true, I do. I have a wiener brain. That's a medical term.
Ratchet is bumping off baddies left and right!
It's a very serious condition, having a wiener brain. Don't make fun of it. They're so difficult to kill. They can really they take so many shots. They take so many back shots. Haha. You know, it's funny though, because back in the day, having a small penis was very desirable, and they would commission big statues to have like the super tiny penis, because they thought that if the penis was small, it meant you were more civilized. It's probably like some old. It's probably mixed in with some old like medical science stuff as well. Like thinking that, oh yeah, if your penis is very big, it means that there's less blood going to your brain. That means it makes you're dumb if you have big penis or something like that. something like incredibly uneducated and not very medically sound. Kind of like how they thought that if you had too much blood, that would make you more sick. So they used leeches to drain drain your blood. It's one of those things that proves or tells you that humans are very fond of seeing patterns and making conclusions. Because I think this study was basically they just had 2 hospitals, and one hospital had them doing placebo and leeches, and the other hospital didn't do anything. They just kind of let them heal on their own. And the one that did placebo and leeches and stuff had like slightly less people die or something. I don't remember the exact outcome. But they just from that one study or that one coincidence that a few more people lived or whatever, they thought that, oh yeah, placebo and homeopathy and leeches and all that stuff, that really works, because we saw more people leave and leave the hospital instead of dying. But I believe that the disease they were using for the trials were like, it was wildly, they didn't control for age, they didn't control for previous health history, they didn't control for any variables. They just kind of did like an overall, oh well, more people lived. They didn't really care if they were young, old, and they didn't really care about how the illness worked or anything like that. There was like, it was just highly scientific. So for a very long time they thought that it was very scientific and very cool and very good to use leeches and that sort of stuff, because the only way the way they measured those stuff and whether or not it worked was also unscientific and bad. I'm just glad I don't have to worry about getting sick in the 1800s or something. Imagine being deadly sick in those days, and you call up your doctor and you're like, "Doctor, I need some help," and he just comes in and he's like, "Yep, this looks like we should rub some dirt on it, and then bring in some leeches, and then we're gonna amputate your toe, because we saw that the few people we amputated toes on, that's apparently helped. We don't know why, but more people survived that for some reason, so we're gonna do that." Just a whole slow of that incredibly unscientifically really bad medical stuff.
You know, for a little guy, this Lombax can really put the smack down.
It depends on which region you were in, right? There was places for that wouldn't have you in the position of like you don't necessarily would have been in the US, you know. I think making a series about an alternate universe where racism wasn't a thing would be very cool. Just like a high concept thing where we live in an alternate timeline where the idea of race and racial science and eugenics and that sort of stuff didn't exist. So you could have like a history where you have a very super progressive cast of characters in like the 1800s or something like that, so you can have like a more inclusive story. I think that could be a cool concept, like as long as you bake it into the the story you're telling, like having a noir crime story, but you have like a setup where it starts off with like, oh yeah, and this slavery stuff never happened because we killed all the eugenicists doctors who was trying to employ racial ideology and stuff. It could be like a good like alternative world setting, kind of alternative timeline. Because the thing I don't like about making stories set in like the 1950s and 60s and that sort of stuff is all the racism of the time. I don't want to make a story that has to like employ racism and discrimination as part of the story for it to be time accurate. So I'd rather make an alternative history piece on it and be like, well, actually this stuff never happened and we never had the really bad racial stuff, so that you can have like a progressive story set in the past. I think there's some shows or I think it's been done before, but I don't remember which movie or show it was. You know what I mean though, right? Like just having like an alternative history where you're more liberated to make progressive choices. Isn't Watchmen kind of like a alternative 80s? Because of the Vietnam War and stuff. It's not a hardcore like alternate timeline, alternate universe kind of thing, but yet it's obviously still very but compared to a lot of other like cartoons and media at the time, it was very progressive. Like the framing is very much that reactionaries and that stuff is bad in Watchmen. That's why I really like it.
Folks, Ratchet has defeated the Torval battle course and escaped from the planet's surface aboard a space shuttle hidden inside the Ace Hardlight Memorial. Only on Dread Zone, folks. You can't make this stuff up.
Ratchet, you have now qualified for the Vindicator tournament. You know, Captain Starshield holds the...
I think you still have to have some sort of antagonistic elements. Like you could still have like, let's say you do an alternate 1950s and it's like there's no institutional racism, or there's no like there's no like heavy history there, but there's still like factions that do believe that stuff that could be the enemy that you're kind of like fighting against. I could see that as being like a good premise for a story, where it's more like it's not a focus on the overall institutions and the history, and it doesn't get bogged down with reality too much. It has like its own take on how we got to the 1950s. So you can do some slight sci-fi stuff where you have some technical advancements that you wouldn't actually have had in the 50s, and kind of play around with like what kind of technology they would have, and what kind of aesthetic, and what kind of factions and political groups and that sort of stuff would be around. Like, that's a fun part about making stories. You can imagine a world and a scenario that is extremely different from the one we live in. And you can imagine like a 1950s where it was extremely socialized and we didn't have like the same like racial components that we had in the real 1950s. And you can focus more on like, oh yeah, there was like religious cults and that sort of stuff, and that was a problem, and where the scientists were limited by liberal institutions being afraid of demoralizing the republic or something like that. Like you can make up anything you want to kind of explain the in-world consequences and situations that has led to the conditions of the world that you're creating. It's I actually think it's lazy to just write the story set in the world as we know it, because that takes no effort. You just have to like write a character in a world and you kind of just assume everything is the same and nothing is like, there's nothing fleshed out, there's nothing different or interesting. It's just like the world and it's kind of boring.
Well...
So you can still like do war stuff, like let's maybe have like a timeline where, let's say Hitler didn't invade Poland. Let's say he did invade Austria, but he didn't do anything else. He just stopped there, but he was still like obviously a maniac and a racist and bad. But the world community wanted to avoid a war, so it never got there. But you'd still have like the nationalist, extreme elements and really bad people in Central Europe, and you could like base a story around that and like have a, I don't know, resistance movement formed externally that invade Germany in an attempt to overthrow the still German Nazi German led regime. Like you can do so much interesting stuff with the alternate history.
Here comes the audience choice weapon in 3, 2, 1.
Like who doesn't like the idea of being able to take down the big bad himself?
Oh man, these guys are hot.
That's why the Wolfenstein games are so fun, because you get to get down and dirty with all the stinky dumb Nazis.
Try this one on for size, you filthy lombags.
Yeah, but if that happens and you want to write it realistically, you could write it as like, oh well, the world is condemning this rebel group who's interfering with the sovereignty of Nazi Germany, but as like the viewer or the audience for the media, we obviously side with the rebels because that's how we know history, right? We kind of automatically side with them. But in the context of history, it would make sense that the larger international community would be like, "Oh, don't do that. That's bad. We don't want to start a war. We want to keep it peacefully. We can do this in a different way. They're like, it's their country. We can't really do anything." But in the context of like the of the movie or media or whatever it could be, you're just writing a good story, right? Which would be like an alternate history, an alternate situation, and I think that sort of detail where the liberals would obviously be very opposed to doing anything would just kind of add to the story, because it would be like, oh well, that makes sense. Yeah, that sounds that sounds like what they probably would have done at the time, even though a lot of people who are liberal leaning would not like that reading the story, because they would feel like, well, why aren't they on the side with the liberals, the good guys? Why don't they hate Hitler? But that's why you gotta be very careful in the way you frame it as well, because you would have to be like, well, since Hitler never invaded Poland in this story, it would be kind of like, I don't know. It's like the war never really actually started, so the rest of the world saw it as their interest to not interfere, and so we never learned about the horrors that happened in Poland and in Nazi Germany and that sort of stuff later on. So we wouldn't have context for hating him at this point. It would be a very different world. So the liberals would be like, oh well, we haven't seen any genocide, so we don't know. We don't want to invade or do anything. We don't know. Like so the rebels would kind of be seen as like the extreme ones because they're the ones that are kind of doing like a war thing, even though it's not, everyone else don't really know if there's any bad stuff going on. I don't know. It's why it's so interesting or fun to write stories, because you have to make all this stuff up and you have to make up excuses and a logic and a system for all this to take place, because it would be different from the real world. So you would have to imagine, okay, if this stuff didn't happen, if this huge consequence for Europe didn't happen, how would stuff look like? And it's almost, you have to really sit down and plan it out and like think about, well, what exactly would happen, like if these things wouldn't occur. Hello Anthalos, we're just talking about alternate history. I was talking about how when you think about it, making an alternate history is can be pretty fun in terms of like if you want to write a 1950s story, if you're just gonna stay true to how the world is or was, then you're gonna have to write in racist people and racist stuff, and you can't really have a diverse cast, or you have to like kind of make it a very white movie, and I wouldn't want to do that. But I like the 1950s as like a timepiece and a time period, and like it could be a great setting for a noir detective type thing. So I was thinking about, it's more interesting to me if you could write an alternative timeline where none of that racial stuff happened and it was diverse and people were just free to go across borders and like have more of a utopian era, but you keep the aesthetic elements. And I started going off on a long tangent talking about like, yeah, well, what if like what if Hitler never like started a World War II, like he never went beyond invading Austria or something like that, and the international community was too scared to do anything because they don't want to start the war, and then nothing really happens or no consequences come to him, so he's still around in the 1950s, and they make like a rebel group to fight him because that's like the only way you would be able to get him, because the liberal international community would obviously not want to go to war and start like a second world war and that sort of stuff. So I'm interested in like alternate timelines, because it opens the door to a lot of creative thinking and a lot of very interesting different stories that haven't been told, because it's kind of lazy to just set your story in present day and just have it be like, oh yeah, it's like it's just exactly like our world is currently, and nothing else is different.
On either side of the force field. You must hurry. The people of Stygia are in danger.
I'm trying to think of, I swear I've seen like something that's like alternate time history timeline. Like Wolfenstein is like alternate time history or like timeline. Alternative history, kind of.
Oh, I gotta
And that's a really... I like the games. I think they're good.
We've seen Team Darkstar pull through some tight spots before.
Like in concept and everything. I think the New Order game wasn't as good as New Colossus, but eh. You know how it is. I feel like D&D would be very up my alley. Like, I love that stuff. I love making up stories and characters and building universes. So that would probably be very good for, like, either Dungeon Master or just participating, simply. But I don't really have anyone I play Dungeons and Dragons with, so... It's one of the reasons I should probably play Baldur's Gate. I've heard a lot of great things about Baldur's Gate 3. I just haven't had time to play anything else because I've been playing a lot of Ratchet and Clank, you know, and just been enjoying my time with Deadlocked. Been enjoying my time with all of the Ratchet and Clunk. It's probably just a response to something being American centric. I assume. Europeans aren't too fond of the American view on a lot of topics. I mean, I fear that the show might be a little ahistorical. And yeah, I know it's not supposed to be totally historical because it's alternate history. So it's supposed to be a lot of fiction, but it's like Americans have a tendency to frame things in a certain way that isn't very... It's kind of far removed from the actual events leading up to the thing as well, because it's all like through the American lens. It's kind of why I think Hunters is more like it's very much for Americans. It's there's some stuff in there that I think Europeans will very much find a little distracting. Yeah, we should watch Generation V, by the way, Jam. I meant to watch that, and then also I'm probably gonna watch some other shows as well when I have the time for it. There's the Blue Beetle movie. We can rent that sometime. Watch that. I've heard it's okay. I don't know if it is, but I mean, I've been told it's not that bad. It's like, it's okay. I'm honestly kind of grown a little numb to all the superhero stuff. It's like, yeah, I'll watch it. I'll watch the slop. I watch the garbage. But
Was that too dramatic?
it's just like because I want something to watch. It's not because I think superhero movies are gonna do anything for me in terms of revolutionary new ideas and
Supercomputers and a big
radical
silver
thought.
key. All right, I'm kidding about the key, but wouldn't that be great? It would be fun, wouldn't it?
I have a plan. If you can deactivate the lightning collectors, I can manually recalibrate them from here.
First one's taken care of. Boss, if you miss the swing shot, you will face a painful, horrible death.
Yeah. I love the guitar track on this.
will be ours in a sec, sir.
Two down. Let's keep up the momentum.
Limiting yourself to what history there is instead of what history could have been, I think is unnecessary. If you're gonna write a good story, you should just write something that would be interesting and not worry too much about what the real world actually looks like. Imagine Star Trek if they just tried to imagine what the actual technological advances would be, and it would be like very limited, and it would be like a very boring show, like the what is it called again? The Jetson? Like a very like stupid, just everyone is living like a pretty boring life, honestly.
We're almost there.
In this really stupid, not very futuristic world, but they think it is because it was created so long ago. I think it's called the Jetson. It's like all the technology in that is just based on what they thought would be advanced by their current standard of living. So it's all like very dated.
That's it. The dishes are done, sir. Sorry, boot.
Poor Ratchet, he's got a hover ship with no place to go. After recalibrating the lightning collectors, the next step was to hack the control points on the shield's core.
It's funny that you're asking these questions, Jam, because I actually haven't discussed this much with Anthalos. I just assume that we usually agree on principles, the principled stuff, and I don't really discuss too much about like the nitty-gritty. So I actually wouldn't entirely know whether or not Anthalos is more more of a into central planning through state, or more pro decentralized stuff. I'm sure that you guys are a little better, get along a lot better on like talking about this stuff than I do with a lot of leftists. I can come off as a little dismissive.
Excellent work, Team Darkstar.
You can't stop a leatherneck. We adapt.
Oh no! Dreadzone has launched an all-out assault on the shield generator. If Team Darkstar doesn't fend off the attack, the people of Stygia will be flattened like a pancake with syrup and butter and a little orange garnish. Oh no! Can I have breakfast for dinner? Or is that just weird? Oh, right. Stygia, Team Darkstar, and Dreadzone bad guys. I'm on it.
Oh, okay. It took a while. It took quite a long while. Oh, wow. The PP gun. The big PP. Yeah, leftists abroad is very different from what you'd see or find in the US, I imagine. Europe has a longer history of leftists, grass movements and historical movements and parties, and it's just a lot more history there compared to the US. So there's a lot more substance.
Today, our superstar contestant.
Hurry, Ratchet. They've confined your combat bots in separate blocks of the prison. Make your way to Alpha Block to release your first bot.
Your keyboard not very happy. Yeah, we haven't had like years of McCarthyism and those sort of problems to deal with. So we kind of have we've had a longer time to refine and grow our movement and views compared to your average American.
Gonna need my help.
And that's obviously not even like an insult. It's more like just observation in terms of like
He's on his way to Beta Block.
history and how everything kind of just works and whatnot. It's just a reality of the situation that because of how the US has operated, it's been less possible to develop a leftist culture, and you've had less time to think about it and prepare for any sort of conditions where revolution would even be possible. And if you're like me, you don't even want a revolution, you just want kind of like an incremental reformist kind of approach, if possible. Revolution is like when you run out of options kind of thing.
Ratchet must capture all 3 control nodes in the prison yard to unlock the portal to Beta Block.
We have already seen kind of how having far-right people in government or in like taking over just for a brief moment, like Donald Trump did, how that kind of puts it kind of sets everything behind it. It's just overall bad for progress and for the movement and for everything. So it doesn't really, yeah. You kind of want you want the reformists to buy time, just to hold off the the worst elements of potentially bad stuff happening. And you have to buy time to get like the optimal conditions for actual like changes to the economic system. Because trust me, there's a lot of very rich people out there who will not wanna let us reform the economic system to work for everyone and not just the rich. So I don't. I guess it's radical to say, but I don't know how you would even convince all rich people to give up their wealth and their position and their situation, their not situation, their just give up all the stuff they have to actually benefit everyone else, benefit the majority. Because currently we kind of just allow the richest people in society to run everything because they have so much money, they have so much power, and any attempts in shifting that power back to the working class, so that regular working people who works every day and does a lot and produces things and make the economy go around, they are usually never given anything. They are usually getting shafted by the owners, and they'd like to keep it that way. They're not gonna give up their power that easily. So I don't know if they'd be able to, if we would be able to peacefully convince them to give up their work places and power and all that stuff. The owning class wants to own stuff for a reason. It's because it gives them power and the opportunity to keep us from actually getting what we deserve in terms of wages and work hours and all that stuff. We just kind of settled on letting a few rich people dictate all of our working hours and wages and stuff for no reason. I really just don't. I kind of just really dislike the fact that we don't seem to be looking for any alternative economic solutions. We just have settled on, having rich people run everything and decide everything for us is apparently the best thing that we can do for our markets, instead of just, I don't know, figuring out something better. You're gonna see, you see what happens when countries like Norway put we increase the tax, the wealth tax by 0.2%, and that made a bunch of them run off to Switzerland. So even if you just do small changes that doesn't even affect them that much, they will just run away from them. They will just do capital flight. So they would not be easily convinced to give up any of their assets or any of their what do you even call it, benefits. And it's very funny that whenever the left talks about this, it's like, oh, they're so scary. They wanna kill you and take over government and blah 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 blah. But when the far right is actually going to Congress and doing like a attempt at a coup. People are like, oh well, it was Antifa, it was someone else, it was blah blah blah. It's so weird how the left is held to this higher standard that isn't expected from anyone else. Like the far right can just basically do what is essentially like a far right revolution, an attempt to take over government, and people will give it a pass because, oh well, I don't expect much from the far right, so I didn't. I kind of expected them to be like this,
And I sincerely hope it never
and kind of giving them the pass for no reason. While when the left is just talking about, well, in theory, if we're gonna have to relocate a lot of the wealth that has been stolen from the working class, then we might have to do by force because the very rich people won't give it up willingly. And then everyone is like, oh my god, they're gonna kill middle class people, they're gonna break into your home and steal your house and car, and they're gonna try to kill you and blah blah blah. And they have like a moral panic over it. They go into panic mode and start lying about the intentions of the left. I think that's just been the case for a very long time. It's just always been you can't actually make any sound arguments against what the left is criticizing or saying. So instead of actually addressing it or being fair to leftists, you just make up stuff. You just say stuff that isn't true or real to make it sound scary so that people won't agree. And it's always the far right people too, the same people who actually try doing like revolutionary stuff, like trying to do their own little revolutions and killing like trans people and whatnot. And like I'm not for violence at all. I want if there's a path where no one gets hurt and we get a transitionary kind of economic period where we can go away from capitalism to something more social, something that's better for people in general. I would rather have that than a violent revolution. I don't want a revolution. That's not desirable to me. If we can get it through other means. So it's not even that I'm like pro any of that. It's just I don't think it would end good in current day. I don't think currently in the current climate, the way things are in general, revolution, it's like, how are you supposed to do that against like governments with huge militaries and stuff like that? Your average person has like a hunting rifle or something else in most countries. How are you supposed to arrange a revolutionary like takeover against a government with a full-on military and with a few like meek leftists, limp-wristed queer leftists who've never held a gun in their life? It's like I don't know if that's gonna work, you know. And I'm one of them, by the way. I don't know how to hold a pistol. I've never held a pistol. I've only held a rifle. And I also don't want to shoot anyone. I'm not that kind of guy. No shoot, only hugs and kisses. I think the practical limits of a revolution is most like I don't think it would be possible under the current conditions. I don't think there's any. I think you have to wait for a natural collapse of like a banking system or something else for opportunities to even arrive or arise. Because at this point, you don't really have like a way for something to to work out in the favor of anyone, honestly. We're kind of trapped by the conditions of the time, which is like we have military and government that is very much interested in keeping or preserving the status quo. So unless there's like a political revolution or something else that happens that really affects the foundation of how everything is organized, I don't think much is gonna happen. It will be very difficult to make anything happen, I think. I think you can make a lot of progress with incremental change and reforming as things are currently. That is why I'm advocating for that rather than being delusional about, oh, tomorrow we're just gonna waltz into the government and take over it and do socialism. Obviously that's not gonna happen. There's no condition of that happening. That's not a possibility. That's like a fever dream. So it's more like it's possible to do incremental improvements that over time will convince people that socialization and social reforms are very good for society and for the working class. And over time you can eventually convince more and more people to move left on a lot of issues to a point where it's at least good enough to where you're closer to a transitionary point of between capitalism and socialism than just doing capitalism, if that makes sense. I think there's still some stages and reforms you have to do beyond social democracy to get close enough to like you're super close to socialism now. I still think there's a lot of market and social reforms that would have to be done for it to be even close to like an easy jump off to socialism from capitalism as things currently are. So I don't know, I think the best course of action is just to advocate for the best kind of policies that would be able to do currently.
Bonus targets that can boost his score.
You want to advocate for stuff that feels plausible, something that feels like, oh, this is something we could do. This is something that we can kind of make work, and this is something that you can get people to join in on and feel like hopeful about. Because you can't offer people socialism as like actual legit solution currently. It's just like a kind of a imagined economic system. So it's kind of hard to sell anyone on that. But we can sell a lot of people on healthcare and on better support systems for people who have who don't have enough money to feed their kids and don't have enough money to pay their rent and that sort of stuff. That brings people hope. That makes people feel like, oh, we can kind of do that. We can make that work. We can find a model where we can get people the money they need to actually get food on the table and get enough for rent and live within the current system. And then you kind of push them, you nudge them with incremental improvements like that over to like the potential for reforming parts of the economy as well, and not just improving the parts that we already live under, if that makes sense. You want to give people something to feel like they can actually, it's obtainable. It's something that is in the close proximity of happening. instead of being like a distant utopian kind of pipe dream or whatever, which comes across as like delusional and oh, that's never gonna happen, and we can't make that happen because this and that under capitalism. And I think it's better to just focus on stuff that people feel is important to them here and now, and then later you can probably be more convincing about like, well, all these social benefits that you're currently receiving, it's because a lot of socialist parties over the years have thought about ways to slowly get closer to socialism, that sort of stuff. Being a leftist is like playing 4D chess. You have to be smarter and better and more rhetorically effective and extremely good at optics. You have to do everything a million times better than any other the liberals or Republicans or anyone, because everyone hates you, and everything is rigged against you. To be fair, I feel like previous generations could have done a better job at distancing themselves from the USSR and other parts that has kind of given leftism a bad name.
Ace Hardlight will be waiting to turn him into Lombax filet.
I think previous generations have handed us a bit of a tough hand to deal with in terms of optics, because of how everything was framed around communism and socialism being synonymous with a lot of regimes, and a lot of the academic stuff being rigged against leftist views. We kind of lost the optics battle for many years until recently. It's only more in recent years that we've been able to kind of take back the narrative around what actually progressive and leftist ideas are. And I think that's been an uphill battle. It's been very difficult to combat the long-standing conservative narrative around what leftist economics does and what leftism actually means. I know you don't want to touch on that because you have your opinions, Jam, but I'm just saying, like the general public has a very unfavorable view of socialism and communism because of the success of McCarthyism and a lot of the propaganda through academics and well, through school mostly, like curriculums and that sort of stuff, and kind of hijacking the label of what socialism and communism means, making it synonymous with regimes and undemocratic institutions rather than it being an ideological idea.
Tell them to stop watching just as soon as I have kids.
throat is very itchy today. I don't know what the problem is, but it's maybe maybe I have some sort of allergy to something. Maybe I have maybe it's I don't know. Actually, I'm using a cough drop right now, the ones that numbs my throat a little bit, because it's pretty. I feel like I'm having a bit of an issue talking. Since I want to make a lot of progress before I end stream today, I'm gonna push through it by getting the medication. Oh, not Ace. I hate you.
This is as far as you go, Lombax. I'm the star around here.
Oh, he hit me.
That one actually hurt.
I want to get him without getting hit, but it's so distracting without... It's hard to see when he's throwing the thing. This one.
That one actually hurt.
Okay, he has the shield on. Heck.
A true hero never shows pain. You little rodent, you're gonna pay for that. Now you'll see why they call me the Great One. Must.
Oh, I got him.
Ignore pain.
Okay.
Watch out for the new Liberator!
I hope I got the skill point, because I did technically get him without getting hit. Let's see. Challenges. Skills. Yeah, ace in the hole. And then it's defeat the eviscerator only using the flail. I haven't upgraded the flail yet, so I need to do that.
Travel to the Ghost Station battle course is now open.
Let's see. Yeah, I gotta do all the challenges and all the skill points now. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise. It's time to kill or be killed in the Annihilator round. Ratchet must survive under relentless attack from wave after wave of lethal enemies.
The flail is really powerful, but it's kind of difficult to use because you're usually very open to being hit by the enemies.
Ratchet's got this match on ice, ladies and gentlemen. The juice is cold, and the generic brand X gelatin is definitely jiggling. Silent but deadly.
Oh, please! Open a window!
The robot. What do you mean?
I'm talking about the gas round, where Ratchet must defeat all the enemies before the toxic fumes.
Robots can't smell. They don't have noses.
Baby, I love that smell.
Dallas is able to smell it, but why is Juanita complaining? She's a robot.
And that Lombax is terminating with extreme prejudice.
I don't know if Japan will do that. I think they would rather just encourage more people to have children, and they would have to do that through policy. They do still have some immigration. It's very difficult to get in, but there is a lot of people going there who aren't originally Japanese.
This challenge mode is downright nasty, Juanita. Our contestant must destroy every enemy without getting so much as a scratch. Is in rare form tonight. Folks, I hope everybody's pee-pee because we're not breaking for commercial anytime soon.
Shieldy boy. Japan is one of those nations that I don't think they're ever gonna open for like mass immigration or anything like that. They're very conservative. They wouldn't I feel like they're the last country to ever want to do that. They're technically even more conservative on immigration than Norway was in the 1970s. Because at least the majority here was like okay with immigration from Pakistan, because it was like, oh well, we need the people, so.
Oh man, these guys are hot. Did you feel that, Juanita?
Their work culture is very tied into their culture of respect and that sort of stuff, though. So it's not even like that the jobs necessarily have like a very bad like it's not necessarily the law itself. It's a lot of the it's like your value as a person is deeply tied into your work performance. So if you don't do your best at work, you're kind of like seen as a failure and a loser and whatnot. Even if you, it's like just an extreme, like your honor is completely tied into all the work you do. And that's like a social thing, that's a culture thing, and that's not necessarily, like a lot of the issues with work culture in Japan is because they tie so much of it up to their personal worth. And it's not all just like a bad loss or whatever.
Oh, come on! Will somebody just kill this little runt already?
I don't know why, but I thought it said grow chickens. Growing chickens in labs. I was like, huh? Growing chicken meat? I don't know what you talked about. My brain didn't understand for a while. It was confused. It would be very scary if they started cloning people and like had they had tube babies. They were like, oh well, we need more workers, and people aren't happy enough to make. I mean, people are miserable and not having children, so we'll have to make them for. We have to make babies for them. That would be very dystopian. I heard people are not happy about, not very happy about Payday 3. Apparently it's not very good. I didn't like Payday 2 that much. I always thought the way the games are designed, it's always just, it's like blue balling you constantly. It's never satisfying to play because you never get to play the way you want to. So it kind of leaves you just frustrated and a little upset.
Oh, this announcer is impressed.
I guess I just don't like the game design, and I just think it's I don't like it that much. I guess I just don't understand the appeal.
Remember, don't try any of this at home. Go to a friend's house. Let's find out what our next challenge is. Hey, whoa, I can't read that. Who's writing these cues, huh? Oh, look, there's a typo. That's completely grammatically incorrect. And, hey, now, where's my lunch? I'm hungry. What are you people doing back there? Ratchet, run! time, Juanita. Let's just pray we don't have any more.
I love how these later fights are just visual noise. You can almost not make out what's happening on screen.
Look, his bots are down. He's gonna die.
No, I'm not. All that camera shaking is making me a little dizzy. Shaky cam.
Hold on to your seats, folks. It's time to play
Cam do be shaky.
soccer. To win, Ratchet must prevent swarms of charging enemies from reaching the goal zone any way he can.
This creature is clearly much too dangerous to be set free. He must be destroyed.
I didn't catch that actually. I'm very distracted by everything happening on screen. It's just a lot to pay attention to. I'm making a lot of bolts though. And I'm upgrading my flail pretty well.
What I want to know is how Ratchet uses the bathroom in that suit.
Dude, this is insane. What is this? Come on. Is this how the world looks if you have ADHD? And this is very intense. I can barely see what's happening. I'm surprised the game is even holding barely like 30 FPS at times. This is a great place to upgrade your flail and get a lot of money or a lot of bolts. This one, no wait, not that one. The end zone, I think it was called. Yeah, I know I almost died, but I had enough health. I get a lot of health upgrades when I do a lot of damage like that.
Oh, this just in, folks. The Tower of Power has been totally re-engineered by our very own Dread Zone interns. And these guys are idiots. They have a hard time boiling water, let alone designing an arena challenge. Team Darkstar is in serious trouble. Interesting fact, folks. Dread Zone started out with 2 guys fighting over a breakfast burrito, and the rest is history.
He does kind of sound like the dad from... that's true. If you look up the voice actor for Dallas in Deadlocked, look up who's voicing Dallas in Ratchet Deadlocked. Maybe it is him. I don't know.
Team Darkstar is making their mark in Red Zone. Team Markstar is making their dark in Red Zone. Oh dear, I've gone cross-eyed.
It's hard to tell because some of these voice actors sound radically different depending on what role they're in. Sometimes they they sound a lot like themselves, and other times they sound completely different, and you're like, what? Is that the same person? Impossible.
Have you ever seen the Diablo in the pale moonlight? I have, and it's fantastic!
Let's see. What is a sniper rifle? I can imagine he has a pretty good voice. He has like a very likable cadence. He was in Sausage Party and 3 Rock Dog movies. Huh. I mean, it makes sense that he would have more jobs than just the one in Ratchet and Clank. A lot of the voice actors are usually like they get a lot of gigs, a lot of different jobs. Some of them go on to do a lot of really big roles and really big games, and some of them go on to just not do that much stuff at all. It really depends. It's also down to who their agent is, because if you have a really good agent, you can get some really cool and interesting gigs.
This is my favorite part. You know, when they die.
Oh, Dead Rising 2. Maybe I know the character, or would recognize the character if I saw them. Because I did play a lot of Dead Rising 2. In my younger days, when I was a young lad, I was playing a lot of Dead Rising 2.
Alright folks, here's a Red Zone favorite. Team Darkstar will have to shoot the grind rail calibration orbs in order to align the track. Oh, good luck!
I never played Prototype 2 actually, so yeah, gotcha. It's probably like a very different voice actor that does the voice for Timmy's dad. I'm making good progress on my flail. I got it to level 60 something. I also have a lot of bolts.
Sell the steak, folks, you sell the sizzle, and Ratchet is hot.
That's true, he's very hot. I've seen a lot of furry art of him. Furries do love Ratchet. I love the beat they got going in the song. It reminds me of the skating track in Spyro 3. Very groovy. El Grubo. Oh yeah, there's a lot of lewd art of Rivet. A lot of people got a crush on Rivet for sure.
Ratchet was a tough cookie. What kind of cookie would he be? I'm gonna go with Snickerdoodle.
I mean, yeah, she's very cute. I like Rivet a lot. She's canonically a lesbian though, which will make a lot of guys upset. Yeah, she's lesbian. Did you know that? I can send you the link. It's explained that the writer who wrote who made the character, who made Rivet, basically wrote her to be lesbian. And she has also said that she's completely on board for the trans allegory stuff. I think it was probably written that way in part because they didn't want it to be weird between her and Ratchet as well. So it's kind of they were maybe a little worried about it getting a little weird. Where's the enemies? There's supposed to be enemies here. Okay, I just have to die then. But Rivet is like the interdimensional counterpart to Ratchet, though, so it wouldn't really make sense for him to do stuff with, to be romantically interested in stuff with her. That would just be a little strange, a little weird, honestly.
Run, Ratchet, run!
It's a complicated, it's one of those slightly complicated things.
Just went down. Oh, too bad it was the cute one too.
One thing about Ratchet, you give him any lip and he'll feed you a lead sandwich. You better believe that, Juanita.
I heard apparently there's a lot of protests against Norway in the UK currently because of the new oil field being opened in like north of Scotland.
He'll be losing ammo faster than a mutant muck beast can devour your spleen. Oh, and that hurts.
Yeah, it's anti-oil stuff, which makes sense, obviously. I'm not very pro that either. I think a lot of Norwegians tie that into like national pride, like, oh, but we're so proud of our oil, we're so good at, we're so rich, and we're so good at exporting oil and that sort of stuff, and it's our national pride and whatnot. And to me, it's like, no, it shouldn't be. We should do something else. We need to get off oil. Like, let's do nuclear. Let's just let's stop exporting oil, which is the old-fashioned type of energy. And let's start exporting the new energy, the new green, the new oil, which would be electric, renewable, from nuclear plants, and green energy. Green energy is basically new oil. It sounds a little dumb, but it's true. We could basically just export oil to all of no, not oil, but instead of if we stop oil and we stopped oil and started exporting nuclear energy instead, that would basically be, we could still be extremely wealthy as a nation, just making money off of energy export still, but green and not oil, obviously. Oil would be bad. I don't know why I've been so foggy, like feel like I have been having a lot of brain fog.
Folks, just a reminder, tomorrow is Kick Your Best Friend in the Pants Day. Free popcorn for everyone who participates.
I have throat stuff and brain fog. I don't know why. Something is just not sitting right with me.
Give up.
Probably caught something. A little virus or something. A little buggy boy. A little virus bug.
Looks like that was the last of...
Okay.
Oh, isn't technology great, folks? We can teleport ammunition out of Ratchet's gun before he even fires! He'll be losing ammo faster than a mutant muck beast can devour your spleen! Oh, and that hurts. Driving a mint green Man Ray 5, please report to security. You're parked in my space. See the day.
Psych! He's not even close to done. I'm just going with his mind.
Man, Juanita is very mean-spirited. Very crazy. I always hated this expression. It's so dumb. It's crazy for cuckoo puffs. It's so dumb. What does that even mean? It doesn't even mean anything.
Isn't technology great, folks? We can teleport ammunition out of Ratchet's gun before...
Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs. Didn't I say that? I thought I said that. Oh, crazy. I said crazy for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, but Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs is still bad. It's still dumb. It doesn't mean anything. You might as well you might as well say I'm insane for insane asylums. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It's just gibberish. An ad for a series. It just sounds like you're calling someone nuts though. It doesn't sound like you're actually, it doesn't sound like a commercial. It just sounds like you're making a statement that someone is insane.
Looks like that was the last of them. I must say, I'm impressed.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day.
Psych! He's not even close to done. I'm just toying with his mind.
Isn't it insane that American culture has like expressions based on ads? Isn't that extremely dystopian to you? I would be extremely like concerned if Norwegians started having expressions that were solely based on ads. That'd be like a huge warning sign to me. Like, okay, ads are just shaping our language now. Like the cultural mythos is just decided by whoever has the money to make ads. Yeah, I know it's a media thing, but it's still like you're surrendering creativity to whoever is control in making the ads, technically.
A mutant muck beast can devour your spleen. Oh, and that hurts.
I've heard it a bunch for no reason and out of context, out of like, I wouldn't know that expression if I didn't hear it from an American because I didn't even know it was like a commercial. So it's for sure it's a thing.
Should have his own fitness machine, his own shoes, his own fat-burning barbecue. They say war is hell, Juanita, but where does that leave Dreadzone, huh?
It would be very weird to use that IRL, yes. That's why I've always thought it's so strange.
I must say, I'm impressed.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day.
Psych! He's not even close to done. I'm just toying with his mind.
Oh, isn't technology great, folks? We can teleport ammunition out of Ratchet's gun before he even fires! He'll be losing ammo faster than a mutant muck beast can devour your spleen! Oh, and that hurts.
Well, I'm gonna keep blaming anything I dislike on all of the US, and you can't stop me.
Oh man, even I felt that one.
Looks like that was the last of
I
them.
love how you just go, okay, fair.
I'm impressed.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day.
Psych! He's not even close to done. I'm just toying with his mind.
Damn it! You found me out. You figured it out. I'm just saying stuff to annoy you. You found the one weakness, which is to not engage with it. Once you stop engaging with it, it's no longer fun. I don't know why my throat is so bad today. I wish it was better. Healing mod. Spawns health, increasing nanotech. That's cool. And there's the jackpot, and then there's the XP mod. I think the XP mod is something I want. Bigger mods. I want it on this one.
Multiple alpha mods of the same type can be equipped on the same weapon. A pool of available upgrades for each weapon will appear above the bottom row of upgrades. You can unequip an alpha mod at any time and place it back into the alpha mod pool.
I'll try that, and then I'll change this to shock mod. Because I have to get those upgraded. I think the end zone, yeah, this one. This is probably the best one for getting upgrades, I think. For getting upgrade.
Hold on to your seats, folks. It's time to play Swarmer Soccer. To win, Ratchet must prevent swarms of charging enemies from reaching the goal zone any way he can.
It's also a really good way to earn bolts, as you can probably tell. I've almost earned 1 million already.
This is what they mean by gratuitous violence, Juanita. I'm gonna call my kids and tell them to stop watching just as soon as I have kids.
Okay. I got you. Gotcha. You gotta eat food. Gotta get food. It's important. Yep. This is probably the best level for getting upgrades. It has to be. Yeah, I'm making so many bolts. I'm making a schmack load of bolts here. So many bolts, many bolts. What? Okay.
Hold on to your seats, folks. It's time to play Swarmer Soccer. To win, Ratchet must prevent swarms of charging enemies from reaching the goal zone any way he can. Ladies and gentlemen, the juice is cold, and the generic brand X gelatin is definite.
This is gonna go real fast, because this is like a very easy way to just get all the stuff. I don't know. Is it? Oh, there's one robot there that's triggering the strange. Well, that doesn't matter.
Hold on to your seats, folks. It's time to play Swarmer Soccer. To win, Ratchet must prevent swarms of.
There was only one robot that was standing there and triggering 100. Like, I thought it was per robot, but I guess it's just like the time they spend. More confusing, but okay.
I think explosions are pretty.
I might have to do something about the mod on this. Okay, since I have all the experience point on this, I can remove the mod. And I can keep the bolts, that's fine. I want the, yes, this I think. And I want this one. I wish there was a button to just repeat the, instead of having to send me back here each time. I guess I can fail the challenge as well to just keep restarting it.
Hold on to your seats, folks. It's time to play Swarmer Soccer. To win, Ratchet must prevent swarms of charging enemies from reaching the goal zone any way he can.
I wonder if I'll ever look back at these videos and be like embarrassed, or if I'll be proud that I had all of the correct and based opinions so early. I was always correct and always based. I think it's very difficult to go back and watch your old videos because you're essentially watching a completely different person. Because the person I am now, the one who's speaking, who's saying this, is gonna be a very different person from whoever I am in 4 or 5 years. Maybe not even that. I might change a lot of my views. I might change as a person. I might change a lot of what I think. I might be someone completely different from who I am now. I might not even be around, who knows? And this will be my legacy in a weird way from this time, in this era. And whatever I am now, whoever I am now, is just what I am in this moment in time. And all that is just constantly fleeting and constantly like, this is just now. This is just this moment. And there's even tomorrow, it's gonna be a different day. It's gonna be a different me. It's gonna be a different thing. It's kind of weird to think about. Like this is gonna end up as a recording, and this is gonna be me preserved as a time capsule, recorded for history. And whatever I am the next day or the day after that will be different from the point of the time I made this clip of me playing this game. I know I'm failing and the thing is at the goal, but I'm just gonna let the timer run out so I don't have to reset the whole thing. Oh wait, no. I ran out. I did it on accident. I completed on accident. Heck. I'm getting my weapons very close to all of them getting very close to 100% upgraded now, which is good.
Hold on to your seats, folks. It's time to play Swarmer Soccer. To win, Ratchet must prevent swarms of charging enemies from reaching the goal zone any way he can.
I wonder if this is satisfying to watch or if it's just a lot of visual noise and annoying. It's hard to tell because it's fun to play because it's kind of like, oh, my endorphins are going brr because my weapons are being upgraded and I'm getting a lot of money, a lot of bolts. It's just kind of funny or fun to do because it's so chaotic. Okay, we're getting close to 99 level. 99. And my weapon is fully upgraded. Yeah. Oh, now I can work on my Mega Vulcan Cannon. Let's just remove the experience mods off of this. Okay. And we can just add this instead. We'll go to this one. Yeah. We do electric mod on this as well. Shock mod. Ah, the Wi-Fi. Yes, it must not be F'd. Make very sure Wi-Fi no F. I'm gonna do the skill point of defeating the eviscerator with the flail, but I'm doing this first because then I have all my weapons and all my stuff fully upgraded, and hopefully I'll have at least 150 in health by the time I get to him, because I don't know if I can beat him without better health upgrades.
Folks, it's time to play Swarmer Soccer. To win, Ratchet must prevent swarms of charging enemies from reaching the goal zone any way he can.
This one is upgrading a lot faster than the other ones.
Run, Ratchet, run!
The emulator is kind of glitching out a little bit sometimes when it's showing me the upgrade screen. I'm not sure what's happening there. Some like weird stuff happening in the background. I'm gonna let him fail so I can more easily redo this. Yep, and then I just restart. But now, as you could see, I am at level 99, so I can go to the next weapon. Yay! Welcome back, Jam. Did you fix interweb? Did the interweb get better? Okay, that's good. I'll try that. Hold on, which weapon was that?
Your seats,
This one?
folks. It's time to play Swarmer Soccer. To win, Ratchet must prevent swarms of charging enemies from reaching the goal zone any way he can.
Found out I would have an aunt and maybe an uncle too. What? Like family you don't know about?
Commercial time, Juanita. Let's just pray we don't have any more wardrobe now.
Oh, but they died. Oh.
Functions.
Oh. I apparently met my great grandpa or something when I was 2 or 3 years old. But he was very ill at the time, so he was basically just sitting on the sofa, and they brought me in there so he could see me. And he obviously died shortly after that, so I never really got to know him or talk to him. But I was very close to my great grandma though. Ah, well, damn. That's quite the thing. I guess maybe the reason you didn't know about it or it was kept hidden is because a lot of families found that stuff shameful. I would imagine it would be kind of taboo to talk about this stuff. Man, this weapon is upgrading quite quickly. Yeah, I'm just gonna fail now because I want them to trigger the fail, so it resets. Yeah, the AIDS crisis was quite something. It ruined a lot of lives. I mean, Freddie Mercury and like even a lot of famous people died. Even Asimov, Isaac Asimov, died from AIDS-related complications. So a lot of people, a lot of people affected by that. It is actually crazy how the far or the conservatives, which were basically far right by today's standards, basically just said that AIDS was like a punishment sent by God or something like that. It was like actually psychotic, actually like grossly awful. The fact that they said that stuff and they just meant it, like, oh yeah, they deserve to die because they're gay. So God invented like a plague to take them out. And then when they figure out that actually it doesn't just affect straight people, they had like a moral panic and was like, not a moral panic, but like they went into a panic because it's like, oh no, it's not only for gay people, it's for everyone can get affected by this. And a lot of people changed their mind quite quickly, all of a sudden. I wonder why. Yeah, religion creates a lot of pretty bad opinions on things. So I think religion is mostly just used as an excuse. It's not really, I don't know if religion itself really is the cause of conservative opinions. It's just one of the many systems that conservative people tend to gravitate towards. Okay, 99, 99, 99, 99, 99. Oh, okay, these two are not yet. Now 99. 99. And this one. Okay. Let's do the sniper first then. Angry at the Pope? What did the Pope do? Is it because he's he's not super ultra conservative? He's kind of like liberal on some stuff? Is that why? Also, I don't believe that because I heard that they randomly choose the next pope. It's like a lottery, or it's just like completely random, and it's like, oh yeah, they're chosen by God. But I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure someone is kind of affecting or influencing who gets chosen. And I assume that they're kind of just choosing whoever is more like, who is the moderate for the time, or is the most reasonable or moderate person they can choose. Because it is in their best interest to not come off as radical or like their institution is bad or corrupt or something that should be removed. So I think there's some, they probably, if they randomly choose like a really horrific person, like a Nazi or something, I don't think they would be okay with that. I don't think they would let that happen. I think they would just be like, oh well, we did some what's it called? Divine intervention on that one. We did a little divine intervention by not letting God choose on that one. He chose a little poorly this time, so we're just gonna make the choice for him. Imagine if like a person got, like a pope was elected, and he just shows up with like a Hitler poster. It's like a really bad Nazi, and they're like, well, we gotta keep our word. It's like a random lottery, you know. This is our pope now. Like I don't think they would ever let that happen. I think they wouldn't run the risk of just actually choosing randomly, because suddenly you'll have like an actual really awful person in charge, and you want to avoid that. I think would be a good idea to maybe not let it be completely random for multiple reasons.
This creature is clearly much too dangerous to be set free. He must be destroyed.
Okay, next weapon. I'll do this one then. I don't know how he hit me. I was behind the shield. It's at level 99 already. That was so fast. Yeah, the US doesn't really pull its weight in terms of accepting refugees, I guess. We already have a lot of immigration with from South American stuff, but you guys don't really take in a lot of refugees that are actually in need of a place of being protected from criminals, like war criminals and that sort of stuff. I don't think you guys have taken in a lot of Ukrainians. I think basically Europe is doing all of that burden of trying to the trying to make sure that everyone has like a place to stay and stuff. And I know saying it like, oh, it's a burden, it's only like as far as it costs a lot of money, and it's using a lot of resources, and we're spending a lot to make sure that the Ukrainians are accommodated for. And the US isn't that, but the US are at least spending a lot on military spending and a lot of like giving them a lot of money for like regional help, I guess. 271,000 refugees. Okay. Which country has taken in the most though? And think about the proportionality as well. Because 200,000 is like, even 300,000, it's kind of nothing compared to the total population. Okay, yeah, you've taken in a lot more compared to the regular refugees from other all the other regions. Okay, have I upgraded all my weapons then? No. Okay, I have all my weapons upgraded. Neat. Okay, I'm gonna wait until I can lose this or win this or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of other countries here who have taken quite a few more refugees than the US. And think about the proportionality compared to the US in pure population. It's a way bigger burden for those smaller countries to take on such a high rate, like high amount of like the population proportionally is very small compared to how many they're taking in. The US has a lot of space and a lot of money and can like afford to do that stuff. Almost. I'll get him. Oh, come on. What is that? Yeah, just kill me. hate that attack. How are you supposed to dodge it? I don't know. Stinky ass dunky dank. Oh, I pressed the jump button. What is wrong with this freaking boss? Sucks. Ow.
Oh man, that last hit was like a spanking from my mommy.
Oh, come on. No. Wait, he's dead. The health was over. It was down. It was... How can you just kill me like that? That's not... It's illegal.
You can adjust the game's difficulty level.
Dumb.
Whenever you load your
Dumb
game.
and stinky. Oh, come on. Wait, how did he one hit kill me? What the... What? How does that even happen? Oh, come on. That's so unfair.
Ew, I can't look. Is he still alive?
Okay. Made him very close though. It's just the stupid attacks that are very unpredictable. Oh, come on. No, don't insta-kill me. That's so effed up. Come on. Why? I don't know why it just insta-kills me sometimes. Okay. Well, that's not gonna work. Ah, finally. So difficult. Very, very, very difficult. Stinky boss. Stinky boss. Is there another upgrade for my bots? Botteronis? Yeah. There's still plenty of skill points to do though. A lot of skill pointerinos. Okay, I got all the skill points here. Now this one is I need to do one on Exterminator difficulty. Which I think I have to select from the menu, so I'll have to save and load in. With the higher difficulty. Does it restart all the progress? Or the story? I don't think it did. No, okay. It just showed me the cutscene for some reason. It is true that refugees are more likely to flee to neighboring nations, but why aren't you giving any money to neighboring nations then that have to host all those refugees? I'm a little distracted because I'm eating again. I don't know if there's a trophy or something other related to the difficulty, or if I should just... I already completed it on hero difficulty, so I can honestly just keep it at gladiator for now. There's no reason to keep it high if there's no other skill points or reasons to have it be more difficult. There's probably a trophy on PlayStation 3 for completing the game on Exterminator difficulty, which I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna do that. I don't count that as towards 100% completion either. That's just like a trophy they made for the PlayStation 3 version, I think. Okay. Tell me, don't just say there is. What do you mean? What is? Is it a trophy? Just completing the game on Exterminator difficulty? I mean, that wouldn't take very long for me because I have everything fully upgraded, and it shouldn't be too difficult. It's just I don't know if it's very fun to watch. I think it might be a little boring, maybe. I don't have the napalm mod for this one. Okay. Yes, I do remember the PlayStation 3 trophy. That's why I said it. I said there was a trophy on PlayStation 3. I don't think that's for the PlayStation 2 version. There's nothing... I don't think there's anything here that suggests that that I would have to do that.
You know, when they die.
Okay, got one of the skill points, and there's another one. Use the flail to kill 30 enemies in a row. And the napalm mod. Complete the challenge Landstalker stalking without taking any damage to your Landstalker. Well, I guess one of the ways you would do that is by not using it, I guess.
Let me at him! Let me at him!
Maybe I should restart the challenge just to be sure. I'll look up if I can just go on foot. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quickly, and I'll look it up while I'm using the bathroom. Couldn't find any information on it, but I assume that if I just don't use the Landstalker, since if I'm not using the Landstalker, it won't be taking any damage either. So I guess it'll count.
How many times you want to do this?
I'll just try it. Didn't mean to do that, but okay. I was trying to select this. What is happening? Why are they not dying? Okay, and before I do this, I'm gonna do a save state. So if I don't get the skill point, I'm gonna go back here and then walk over here with the Landstalker and see if it triggers. Okay, I got it. So that's one of the ways you can get that skill point, by just not using the Landstalker, because you can't take damage if you're not using it. So that makes sense. Okay, let's just try all of these and see which ones triggers the...
This again?
the trophy. Yeah, let's get another weapon. Is there any other weapon with the... yeah, this one. Okay, well, there wasn't enough enemies.
Won't give up.
I'll try this one, maybe.
How many times you wanna do this?
Run, Ratchet, run! Ladies and gentlemen, Ratchet is an animal. What's that? He is an animal? Yeah, I knew that.
We're all animals. All biological creatures are animals. What do you even mean? Of course he's an animal. Everyone is an animal. Humans are technically an animal. Okay, so now we can use the shock mod. Get the trophy for that. Or skill point, I mean. What? Okay. I was stuck inside the turret.
One thing about Ratchet, you give him any lip and he'll feed you a lead sandwich. You better believe that, Juanita.
You can count on me!
Still haven't gotten skill point, so I should probably check over here. Any enemies?
Enemies targeted!
Ah. Okay, I got the skill point. Neat. I still don't know what... Okay. I think maybe that's the DC Strikers thing. Or it's for the sniper rifle. I'm not sure which... I forget to read what the different skill points are called. I don't know which ones I'm actually getting. I know I got the one for shocking, so the electric mod, the shocker mod. Pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah. Use the flail to kill 30 enemies in a row. And then blow up 4 airships with the Arbiter. Okay, so I have to use the flail and the Arbiter. Let's start off with the flail. That means I only need to use the Arbiter to shoot down some little shippies.
This is what they mean by gratuitous violence, Juanita. I'm gonna call my kids and tell them to stop watching just as soon as I have kids. everybody's peep feed because we're not breaking for commercial anytime soon.
I wonder where they're even dropping from. They're just like dropping straight out of the sky. I don't know how they know where I am or how they can just drop in like that. Okay, I know there's an airship that comes in here, so yeah. Yeah, I think I just need one more. I don't remember exactly where one of them drops. I think it's like down here, maybe. Yes. Yeah. That's all those challenges. I got all the skill points. Okay, next one is this. Labyrinth of Death. Destroy 10 DC Berserkers with the Napalm mods. I can do that. Labyrinth of Death. Okay. That won't be too difficult. Okay, Jam. I'll see you later. Sorry I read those late. Read your chat messages a little late.
Hey, boss.
The music is so cool on this level.
Sir, permission to speak freely? This place stinks.
Ratchet, you have a choice of 2 different paths. I'm afraid each one is equally dangerous.
Ooh, they chose the path on the right. They're gonna regret that. Have you ever wondered what's in the special sauce?
I feel like that's a joke that a lot of Americans make, because it's also a joke in Futurama.
His own fat-burning barbecue!
They say that in Futurama as well. They're like, "Do you ever wonder what's in the special sauce?" Yo, and then he points to himself because he's like a little worm boy, little worm thingy.
Boy.
Which one is that? Something about socket? Okay. What is 5 executioners? 15 blade balls. There's no blade balls here. Use the shock mod to kill 10 executioners. Destroy 5 dropships. Okay, I see. Um. Is that the last one? Maybe? No, not that one. This one? No, not that one. This one then. Nope, no, not that one either. I don't think this is right. It's probably the node overload. Yeah, I think this is the right one.
When this is all over, I'd like to do it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the juice is cold, and the generic brand X gelatin is definitely jiggling.
I think these, the big guys, are executioners, but I'm not sure.
Remember, don't try any of this at home. Go to a friend's house.
For some reason, my brain is telling me to reload, but there's no reload in this game. It's just, you just run out of ammo eventually. Not seeing any bad guys yet. Oh, well. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Wah 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 wah. Yeah, those are the executioners. Taken out a lot of them. I'm probably at like 8 now, maybe? Okay, I was at 9, so that was the last one I need for that. I burnt my tushy. I burnt my tushy.
Dark Star is unstoppable!
Okay, capture on the capture 6-volt crank on your own, so I don't have to use my bots. Hmm. Did I not destroy 5 dropships in that? Huh. Only using the magma cannon and freeze mod. Okay, I'll do this and the magma cannon. I think it's this one. The freeze mod. Whoops. This one. Yep. I'm using this. The armor is pretty cool. I like it a lot. Ratchet looks really cool in that.
Run, Ratchet, run! Sell the steak, folks, you sell the sizzle, and Ratchet is hot.
Pop, 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 pop. I feel like I talked a lot during the first part of the stream, so now I'm kind of talked out. I usually have a lot more to say or more insight, but since I've already played this game for many hours and I'm just kind of doing the same missions now, I'm listening to a lot of the same songs and the same things. I guess I don't have too much to add about this game in particular. I am very excited for getting my new place. I wonder how that's gonna be because I'm gonna have to redecorate and get like new furniture and a lot of stuff. And I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to afford at first, but I do have a lot of furniture already that I can just kind of keep for the time being and then save up for something more appropriate for my new place over time. Because whenever you move into a new place, you realize that all the stuff you have is very specifically tailored to fit in your place. So whenever you move, you realize that when the space changes, all the stuff that you have in your current space, the stuff that occupies your space, changes, and suddenly it doesn't fit anymore. It's like not because you have less space necessarily. It's just like you fit everything perfectly as you want it, and it doesn't fit perfectly anymore when you get to the new place, because it's different. I thought I did that. Completing any challenge using only the magma cannon and the freeze mod. Change the villainy in less than 1.5 minutes. I can try that. Oh, they did not. I'm pretty sure I hit it, but okay. Okay, yeah, no, it was just delayed.
Interesting fact, folks. Dread Zone started out with 2 guys fighting over a breakfast burrito, and the rest is history.
Magma cannon. I'm pretty sure I used that, but yeah, the Magma Vulcan cannon with only the freeze mod.
How Ratchet uses the bathroom in that suit. Team Darkstar is in rare form tonight.
Okay, I got the skill point that time. Okay, one of these have the little fly things.
Sir, permission to speak freely? This place
Not these.
stinks.
Ratchet, you have a choice of 2 different paths. I'm afraid each one is equally dangerous.
The little silver and red, the little flying red balls.
Have you ever seen the Diablo in the pale moonlight? I have, and it's fantastic!
No. Eh.
I think explosions are pretty.
Maybe I can get the dropship trophy at least. Trophy skill point. I keep doing that. I'm so used to trophy hunting that it just sticks in my brain. Come on. Yes. At the dropship skill point. I think it's the mission where you pick up random weapons. I think that's the one where there's like those silver and red glowing blade balls. Probably this one. This one? Maybe it's this one. I think it's this one.
Let me out! Let me out!
Yeah. What's the next challenge? Exterminator difficulty. I can do that later. This one. Keep 5 enemies brainwashed at once using the brainwash mod. Okay. Use the scorpion flail to kill 50 enemies. I can use that. I can do that. Kill 3 ranged strikers with the wrench. Okay. 5 dropships with the fusion rifle. 30 pinch array using the hover ship. Kill 20 enemies using the mini turret launcher. Freeze mod. The Arbiter, kill 5 enemies in one shot. That'll be an easy one.
My trigger finger.
This one does the least damage, so that's probably the better one for using brainwash. Yeah.
Getting itchy.
Oh, I got it almost immediately. I see. And then... Oh wait, I should use yeah.
Cable, eh? Needs to have these back home.
Pretty sure that was 5 enemies, but okay.
Oh, this is more fun than a busload of cheerleaders.
Here we go.
Come on! Will somebody just kill this little runt already?
I think maybe those are the ones I'm supposed to kill with the wrench. The flying spinny things. Because I'm doing it on these guys, but it's not doing anything, so... Okay, let's see. Challenges. Use the flail. 3 ranged strikers. Maybe it's the big guys. No, those are called executioners. Okay, I'll use the flail this time.
Let me at him! Let me at him! I'll
Flail,
tear him apart.
and yeah, I got the sniper already out and about.
If Ratchet was a tough cookie, what kind of cookie would he be? I'm gonna go with Snickerdoodle.
Why does it say it like it's a slur or something? It's the delivery is a little weird on it.
Did you feel that, Juanita?
Yeah, I'm gonna try getting them with the wrench. Ah, no. That's very difficult. I didn't expect it to be that difficult.
Hey, Bose, do you read Chaucer?
You know, I gotta get me one of those battle suits, Juanita.
Why? What are you gonna use it for?
And that Lombax is terminating with extreme prejudice. It's a good thing we're out of range, Juanita. We are out of range, aren't we?
Oh, I was pressing jump. What? That was confusing. I swear I was pressing jump there, but
How many times you wanna do?
the controls are... Oh yeah, it's like super delayed whenever I use the flail. I'm not sure if that's a bug or something. It's kind of weird. It doesn't feel like it's supposed to do that.
This guy is gonna sell a lot of commercial time, Juanita. Let's just pray we don't have any more wardrobe malfunctions.
And he loves bringing that up, don't he? It must be in his fresh in his mind at all times. I wonder why. Is this really what I'm supposed to do? This is so dumb. Kill 3 ranged. I feel like I killed more than 3 of them. What is this? I'm gonna look up what a range striker is because I have no idea. Maybe there's... Wait, hold on. The game might have like an in-game... no. Options? No. Extra. Media? Oh, that's just a character epilogues. It doesn't say what... Okay, I guess I'll have to look it up. Okay, they just look like the normal soldiers to me. So I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong.
Ratchet, run! Announcer is impressed.
Aw, come on. Is it not them? Is it? I don't... Okay, I'm just gonna do the easiest thing then. We're doing it the easy way. We're just gonna... just complete this level and do another one. Ah, what the... Okay, that has never happened before. First time. Okay.
Just a reminder, tomorrow is Kick Your Best Friend in the Pants Day. Free popcorn for everyone who participates.
This creature is clearly much too dangerous to be set free. He must be destroyed.
Such a funky song. I like it. cool, very cool.
I'm thinking that no is a hang. Let's crank.
Snood will be ours in a sec, sir.
Okay, I know that one of the missions is like destroying the thingies in the sky. I'll try this, the Space Ace one. Let's see. Yes. All these. Keep the map open like this so I know where they are, because sometimes they show up a little too late.
You know, sometimes I think I should have taken that job on Annihilation Nation. They've got a great dental plan.
We're not seeing anything yet. I'll fly around here and see. How about over here? Yep, seeing them. I think it's like take out 20 of those like little flying stingy thingies. I don't know what the name is again. I forgot. Not seeing anything over here. Isn't there more of them? I thought there would be more of them.
Will the person driving a mint-green Man Ray 5 please report to security? You're parked in my space!
I'm not seeing any. Even with the map open, I can't see any more of them spawning in. Kill 30 pins array using the hover ship. I think I have to choose another mission for it then. Probably not, yeah. But I can do another challenge. Here. Kill 20 enemies using the mini turret. I can do that. And the freeze mod. Okay. Then the freeze mod. Yeah.
My trigger finger's getting itchy.
I have to select it though.
Ratchet, you are currently in the South Power Station. You must locate 4 power orbs. Hack the orbs to power up the station.
2 down, 2 to go, sir.
Don't forget to order the Dread Zone home game.
Nice work, boss. We're all green, baby.
There are the 2 security orbs. Hack them, and you will have the North Power Station up and running.
I feel like I've killed 30 enemies with the freeze mod now, but it hasn't triggered the skill point yet. Oh, it just did it at the same time. Okay. Kill 13 cycloids with the same weapon. I don't know what a cycloid is. With the same weapon. Oh, this is the timed one. Can I? Yeah, it's timed, so I can't really do anything with that. The same weapon, so only use this then.
Hell, Juanita, but where does that leave Dread Zone, huh? Ratchet can take a licking, but he won't keep ticking.
That's a weird saying, but okay. Still just using the same weapon. Haven't gotten any skill points yet. Yet. Okay, I'm just missing 2 skill points there. And it's Schooled and Cycloids. I think it's the small blue ones. With the same kill 13 with the same weapon. I'll look at the rest of them later. More 5 laser backs into animals. Okay.
That's one ugly dude.
Morph ray. The morph. Morph.
Boss, when this is all over, I'd like to do it again.
I need something more powerful.
Good job. Let's keep it up.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough of these. More 5 laser backs. Laser backs. It's the. I think this one wants me to blow up all these. It said blow up something amount of barrels. I forget just how many. Yeah, that was the easiest one so far. Okay, something about executioners. Fusion rifle. Kill. Okay. Nope. Are those the laser backs? Morph 5 laser backs into animals. I can try. I could use some help.
Be like spinning the blades of one brutal fell back home.
What?
Team Darkstar simply won't give up.
That's true. And never give up. Oh, come on, I need ammo. I'll be back, I just need ammo.
Look, his bots are down. He's gonna die!
At least I get to enjoy some pretty cool music. Have I not killed enough executioners with... Is there something I forgot to read? Use the fusion rifle to kill 10 executioners. I'm pretty sure I've killed more than 10 now.
That wasn't so bad.
I thought there was like some hidden bolts here. Little bolt cache. Oh, maybe it's a... No. No, it's not.
You might want to cover your eyes, boss. It's gonna get right in here.
Maybe it's over there. I haven't been over there yet.
One thing about Ratchet, you give him any lip and he'll feed you a lead sandwich. You better believe that, Juanita.
Yeah, is this like a secret place or... Oh, this is just like around again. Oh, out of ammo? Eh. Okay, I'm gonna get more ammo then. I'm like pretty sure I've killed more than 10 executioners, but wait, where's the... Oh. Wait, how do I get back there? Nothing here. Okay. Pretty sure I've killed more than 10 executioners with the fusion rifle. But yeah, there we go. Whoa, okay. Oh, is it chicken? The chicken was controlling it. Okay. Use the B6 Obliviator to kill the 620 strikers. Okay. Kill 30 enemies using the Hunter Mine Launcher with napalm. Okay, I can do the napalm and no, not this one, I think. Yeah, that's the wrong one. Well, no, I can do it. It's fine.
Good job. Let's keep it up.
What they mean by gratuitous violence, Juanita. I'm gonna call my kids and tell them to stop watching just as soon as I have kids.
Okay, which challenge? Okay, I can still do that one. No. Oops. Kill 5 robot zombies in 30 seconds with the wrench. I can try that.
How many times you want to do this? keep it up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
Ratchet is...
That one. P6 oblivion. It's probably better to do it on one of these challenges ones. The challenge. Not this one. This is not gonna help me. Maybe this one. There's still not enough soldiers being dropped off in this one either. I think maybe this is the mission I need to do.
You reach awesome.
We'll see. See how it goes. Clap. Now you're in there. Come on. Yeah, they thought they could ambush me. You can't do that. I'm too smart.
Oh, this guy should have his own fitness machine, his own shoes, his own pet burning barbecue.
I don't know about that. I would never sell out. Never. Come on, I need to go back and get ammo. I wish I had more ammo on it, but I don't. I don't. The B11. Yeah, I wish it had more than 8. I thought for sure I had that I died there. Okay. I think there's a secret bolt cache somewhere around here.
Yeah, I remember the BlatherCon war. I was
Yes.
3rd Division. We were on routine patrol and out of nowhere we were hit hard. There was fire, smoke, robot parts everywhere. Oh man, some of these kids were just 3 days.
Is he having... Oh, okay. He's having a PTSD
Yeah,
panic attack.
lost a lot of good robots that day. Building 282, Moderna's P1000, Shay Cluster 2 squared. They were my friends. But enough about that. That was pretty torn up.
I feel like this is a bit insensitive to everyone who has PTSD, me included. But,
You've got no freaking legs! He was right. That was just a memory core sitting on a table hooked up to a voice modulator. They sent me to a repair factory on Vegas 3. That's where I met QA900. She was a repair bot. She had the prettiest ocular sensors I've ever seen. But that's all history now. Soldiers weren't allowed to access files from factory employees. So QA900 and I would sneak outside at night and download and upload until the sun came up. One day she was gone. Yeah, they'd found out about our affair and turned her into a park bench.
park bench, okay.
Look at outdoor seating without simulating it here.
Interesting backstory for one of my droids.
Run!
Okay. Nope, you missed. Ah, there we go. Okay, there we go. And now I just need kill 30 enemies with that one, and then exterminator difficulty. I'm gonna do this again, and then I'm gonna use the hunter mines this time. This one. Oh, my controller disconnected. Interesting. Can I pause, please? I think it's either it's out of battery or something else. I wonder. It's been complaining about low battery, so probably that. Okay, I got it connected. Let's see. So.
Sell the steak, folks. You sell the sizzle, and Ratchet
Okay.
is...
Now I just go on to the next planet. I guess I can try this again. Let's see. 30 pins arrays. I feel like... Let's see. That did not help me. Next one. Space Ace, you must kill 30 pins array flaggers. They aren't hard to spot. Travel large group. To launch, hold L1. There's more than 30 pincers in this challenge, but I couldn't find them. I don't know. When I tried finding them, they didn't show up. Just drinking some soda. Yeah. I wonder how much you can actually hear of my mouth and throat noises. Because my throat has been pretty bad today, and I feel like you might be able to hear that. Are they over here? No. Okay, I guess I'll just have to do circles until I see them. Yeah, when my throat closes up, it'll start making like those kind of noises when I swallow because it's so dry and closed up. I wonder why that is. I feel like I haven't talked that much lately. My throat is just very unhappy. Extremely unhappy with me as of late. Okay, there's no one, nothing here. Okay, I've gone through the entire outskirts of the map now. Oh, there we go. There's some of them.
Team Dark Star is unstoppable.
Oh. Wasn't that difficult then? Kill 13 cycloids with the same weapon. Okay, does it say how to get this one? Okay, so use any weapon with a shock mod and just don't change the weapon. I'll use the flail then.
Hey, boss. Do you read Chaucer?
Cable, sir.
Ratchet's got this match on ice, ladies and gentlemen. The juice is cold, and the generic Brand X gelatin is definitely jiggling.
Brand X sounds so weird.
It's so bright. It's like a light bulb, but so much brighter. I'm not good with words.
Up. I should look up who the composer is for some of these songs. They're really good at what they do. I really love all of the music in the Ratchet and Clank games, and obviously the iconic soundtrack for Spyro by Copeland, the drummer from Police. I'm bad with names, sorry.
Ratchet, turn the bolt to direct the gamma energy beam.
Okay, that's all the challenges here. Yeah. Kill 20 enemies in 40 seconds. I did that already. Use the magma cannon to kill 20 enemies in a row. Kill 15 enemies in a row using the shock mod. Keep 5 enemies brainwashed at all. Okay. A lot of these are about the shock mod, so guess I just have to keep the shock mod on. Then I have to go this and use the brainwashing mod. Yeah. Okay, I think that's good. I don't want to I want to go to a level like this. Yeah.
Hey, boss. Do you recharge?
I have a plan. If you can deactivate the lightning collectors, I can manually recalibrate them from here.
Okay, let's see, which challenge did I actually get? Use magazine to kill 20 in a row. Okay, so I got this one with the shock mod.
If you miss the swing shot, you will face a painful, horrible death. No pressure, though.
Okay, I got another skill point. 10 cycle. Okay, I can still get that one. Wait, I want you to do. Okay.
Give me something hard.
Yeah, I'll use the wrench to kill 5 executioners. I'll try that. And I'll try
I have a plan.
this thing.
If you can deactivate the lightning collectors, I can manually recalibrate them from here.
Oh, I guess I'll restart the challenge.
I have a plan.
Yeah. That's super easy. The morph mod, okay. This one with the shock mod. Okay.
This again?
I have a plan. If you can deactivate the lightning collectors, I can manually recalibrate them from here.
Boss, if you miss the swing shot, you will face a painful, horrible death. No pressure, though.
Okay, that's that, that one. Morph 20 enemies. Okay, I'll do that one. Maybe I can use it on this. Morph. Yeah. I'll just use the flail then.
I have a plan. If you can deactivate the lightning collectors, I can manually recalibrate them from here.
If you miss the swing shot, you will face a painful, horrible death. No pressure.
Okay, we got that one. Okay, 40 enemies with different mods. Okay, I'll do... Peace mod on this. We'll keep that one for that. Shock on that. Mag on that. Let's do time bomb on that. And then... Mini bomb on this. Acid. Yeah. That's more than 6 mods, right? Let's just try.
I have a plan. If you can deactivate the
That
lightning
one.
collectors, I can manually recalibrate them from
This
here.
one. I used to bring much more.
Boss, if you miss the swing shot, you will face a painful, horrible death. No pressure, though.
Okay. I don't think I've used the freeze mod yet, unless... Oh, I think that counts. This one. Okay, that's that one. I guess I'll try this one again. Let's see. I feel like I've used all of them. Oh, maybe I did not use the morph one yet. That explains it. It's probably that one. Ah, stop. Okay, here we go. That's another challenge. In the book. Okay, now I just need to do a challenge without getting hurt. And then one where I only use shock mods.
I have a plan. If you can deactivate the lightning collectors, I can manually recalibrate them from here.
Yeah, I wanna beat them with the wrench. Oh, come on, stop stealing my kill.
Boss, if you miss the swing shot, you will face a painful, horrible death. No pressure, though.
Pretty well so far. Yeah, I think I got all of them. Yeah. Awesome. I'm so good. I'm the best. The best in the West. Kill 5 enemies in a row, launching the 100... I can do that. That's easy. Road kill 10 enemies. Use 8 different mods to kill 30 enemies. Okay. Hold on, I just have to check what my dog is up to. She wasn't doing anything. She was just she just decided to lay down on the carpet in the hallway for no reason.
You reach also.
Okay, I'm gonna run over some enemies. Ah. It's hard to run them over when they're in the freaking thing. Okay, can I heal? Or can I repair? Yeah.
Don't scratch the paint on that Puma. We're giving it away at bingo night.
Give it away at bingo night. I wonder who would even want that.
Ha! That's gotta be good for a few points.
Okay, that's one enemy.
Spin around in a circle.
Not the most fun skill point, I have to say. That's 2. Can't exactly run over the enemies that are on the hill top. There's no way I can reach them.
Ha! That's gotta be good for a few points.
Okay, come on. Yeah, I can't run this guy over. Oh. Run over those guys. Ah. No, no, no. Wait. Oh. What happened? What was that? Okay. I guess I'll just have to really go for the guys before they get on the thing. Okay, kind of got him. Oh, what?
be good for a few points.
Okay, please do the thing. Okay, that's good. Made some progress.
That's gotta be good for a few points.
Oh, so I don't have to kill them technically, I just have to hit them? The challenge does not specify that. I kill 5 hunters in a row with the... Okay. Hunters, what is hunters again? Use 8 different mods, kill 30 enemies. The mini bomb mod, okay. Yeah, I think the Arbiter has the mini bomb mod.
Run, Ratchet, run!
Okay. That was pretty easy. Oh wait, I got a different one. I got this one. I'm supposed to kill 5 executioners. Okay. I think those are called the laserbacks. These are the executioners, the one I just blew up.
Oh, come on! Will somebody just kill this little runt already?
Yeah, here we go. Watch your step. Modified. Did last. Kill 5 Reaper enemies in a row. Reaper enemies. I don't know what a Reaper enemy is. Kill 10 Swarmers in 20 seconds. I don't know.
How many times you want to do this?
Ratchet, I have spliced through communications. I will be short, as this could be traceable. Stand on the buttons to lower the containment cell. I will try to contact you.
Let's see. Okay, I need to kill a certain amount of enemies with 8 mods, okay? Brainwash, and then we do freeze on this one. Okay, oh. Freeze. Uh-huh. And then this one has that one, that one, that one. This one has to have the morph. And this one has to have the acid.
Is clearly much too dangerous to be set free. He must be destroyed.
Soldiers, commence fire!
Okay, cool. Got it. Five Reaper enemies in a row. First mission, okay. Before you even get to the jump pad. Oh, is it the... guess it's those guys? Not seeing anyone else. Yeah. And then it's the swarmers. Okay, just swing the wrench around. Okay. I understand, but also, wait, no, I'm supposed to kill them. Any more of them? Oh, stop. Any more swarmers? I don't know if these are the ones I want.
I got front row seats to a slaughter fest.
Okay, I got it.
I cannot believe this, folks. We are live from some blarg awful station out in the middle of nowhere. Ratchet and Clank, aka Team Darkstar, have conquered 9 planets, survived hundreds of arena battles, and even defeated Dreadzone's grand champion, Ace Hardlight. Who would have ever imagined this? Now, in a drastic and downright vindictive move, Gleeman Vox has sent Team Darkstar to the Ghost Station. The course is unbeatable, unbearable, unthinkable, and I'm having an aneurysm just talking about it.
Do not worry, Ratchet. I will make sure you get out alive. My nav grid shows an abandoned supply ship on the other side of the station. There is a grind rail nearby that will take you to the station's core. I will give you more information when you get there.
Count on me!
Oh, okay. Well. There's still a lot to do in this game for it to be fully complete, and there's some skill points and some stuff I need to still do. So I'm gonna wrap all of the rest of the skill points and all the stuff another time, because I've been live for a lot longer than I have planned on. 7 hours. Oh my, wow. Oh yeah, I started early today. I forgot. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this the very last bit another time, another stream. I'll do a short stream tomorrow maybe, where I just do the last stuff. Because I am very sleepy now. You can probably tell by the fact that I'm not talking anymore. When I stop talking, it's usually because, oh yeah, I'm getting very sleepy, getting very tired, and I forget that I'm supposed to be doing more than just sitting here and playing the game. Because I'm just trying to get through this, just trying to complete the game. I'll do one more skill point if I'll try. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah. So I'll do the rest next time, I think, because I still need to get all the HP and all that stuff. So I'll do like a short 2-hour stream or something next time when I just wrap this up 100%, and I'll get to that next time, and then once we have done this game 100% and there's nothing left to do, I'm gonna play Tools of Destruction. Ratchet & Clank Tools of Destruction, which is my favorite childhood game. I'm a little sleepy. So I would finish it, but I'm too tired, so I'm gonna have to do it some other day, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next stream. I'll try to make it quick. I tried to make it quick this stream as well, but time kind of slips, and it goes away. The time go very fast. So yeah.